Okay. We're switching on over. Okie dokie. You guys know how we start this whole thing. Roll call.
Kaya. Ryan.
Mikey.
Kyle.
And Steven! Welcome back, everybody, to episode 36 of our Mole Master campaign. Part 3 of Breath of the Yellow Rose. Also, we have some new audience members with us. Some people that I met at work will be watching this episode. So, hi, friends. Welcome to it. Always glad to have new audience members. That's how we start our episodes. When we last left our favorite adventuring party of Mole Master. The party had just left the compound of Zor Thylius Karamitru, a young noble who is teaching others a bootleg copy of the Breath of the Yellow Rose, having his own compound set up in kind of the outskirts of the city of Molemaster. Thylius has recruited a number of young nobles and other odd individuals to this compound, almost like a little Jonestown in the middle of Molemaster. The party entered into the compound, and after having a day in the life of one of these members of the school, did not make the cut and were asked to leave. Thylius clearly interested only in the young Fredlap, a cloak, part of the Mages Guild in the city of Molemaster, and somebody with a significant amount of magical and political power. As the party left, they decided to stake out the compound, watching the guards and finding their routes, knowing that they needed to infiltrate and stop whatever sort of malice was happening inside of the compound. As the party splits, with Jasper and our halfling Jove going up the walls of Molemaster, and our Gith monk Rornak, and our cloak Freddy, Bard, to be specific, watching the front door. The party was descended upon by a number of avian-styled dust monsters that we now know are dust mephits, attacking the party in kind of a coordinated effort. The party defeated these foes and realized that the tea they had been served earlier contained some sort of tracing elements, which called forth to the dust mephits and allowed them to track the party. Hopefully to silence them and from talking about the insides of the compound. The party, not too keen about this treachery, decided to infiltrate the complex, going in through the back, trying to use the cover of a large marble shed that they had seen locked earlier from an elven guard. The party attempted to make their way over the wall, with Freddy, with some not so great rolls, falling over the wall, alerting one of the guards. With a successful deception and a performance check, Freddy called the attention of the guards, distracting them from the party as they made their way over the wall. As the elven guard and another one of these compound guards approached Freddy, they began to let out a large squawking noise, alerting the compound to this invasion. As the elven guard tried to subdue Freddy, telling his fellow guardsmen to capture the cloak and kill any others. The party descended upon this elven individual and absolutely murdered him. This really cool elven spy I had all set up. But with the successful and held actions from the rest of the party, our adventurers managed to take down this elven guard. As this guard fell, his fellow guardsmen yelled out to an individual named Jot that they had killed his brother Rolo, when a number of loud squawking noises and the sound of two heavy figures landing heavily towards the compound rings out through the space. A swarm of ravens make a straight line towards the bard and our rogue Jasper. And with a devastating nat 20, Freddy, the bard, disappears behind a writhing in angry murder of ravens. I believe it's murder of ravens, correct?
Murder of crows.
I want it to be a murder of ravens. So it's a murder of ravens and Mole Master, shall it be? As this kind of murder of ravens disperses around the two Lap siblings, you can see Freddy is riddled with peck marks and scratches from dozens of small pecks and claws. We'll now return back to the top of the round.
For reference, a group of ravens is called an unkindness.
An unkindness? That's fucking even better. Holy shit, fuck whatever I was saying. An unkindness of ravens descends upon Freddy. That is great. Thank you. +1 for that information. Well done.
Get it where you can.
Take your +1s when you have the ability to. So, to set the scene, I believe Freddy and Jasper are next to each other. In kind of this swarm of ravens, while Rornak and Jove are around the corner of this marble shed. You have full sight on your companions right now and watch this unkindness of ravens descend upon your party members. Jasper, you currently have in your hand a set of keys. You know that unlock the marble garden shed that is only a mere 10 feet away from you. It has large kind of doors on it. This garden shed being impressively large, being so far out on the outskirts of Mole Master.
Real quick, Dom, I am right in front of the doors. I came out and Aquila is still on the corner on the north side of the marble building, but I threw my javelin from the front step, so I'm right in front of the door and had kind of inspected it right as we ended last session.
That is just fine. Rornak, I believe you and Aquila are on that kind of corner of the shed, the north part of it, correct?
That is correct. I don't believe I had even we had kind of gone behind the shed, and I don't
Yeah.
believe I had left there. I had just
No,
ready
you
to
held your
act
action for your darts.
yeah, so I would still be on the side opposite from where they came. So I believe that's north.
Yes, absolutely. With Rornak and Aquila holding kind of the corner of the shed, Jove in front of the door, 10 feet to the left when we're looking at the map. Here's the map, audience. They are right over here. This is the shed in question we were talking about. With Rornak and Aquila here, Jove right there, 10 feet away, right next to each other. We've got Freddy and Jasper, and then about 25 feet away from them, towards the compound, there is the guard that yelled out for the individual, Jot, currently reloading a heavy crossbow. But at the start of initiative is Freddy.
So the door's not open yet.
No, not yet.
So can't do too much. Okay. Yeah. Okay, first thing I'm gonna do is use an action to cast Cure Wounds on myself. So as I'm being pecked, I'm just gonna try and get out whatever notes I can as I try and cast my Minty Greens.
Absolutely, you do cast your minty greens.
Ooh, almost max for 10 health.
You see the minty greens, inhaled through the nostrils, out through the mouth, and little bits of wisps seem to leave the many little peck marks across Freddy's body, tightening and covering them and closing some of the wounds. So fresh and so clean.
And then assuming Jasper's gonna try and open the door, there's not really anything I can do with my Bardic Inspiration without giving away where my other allies are. I'm just gonna hold everything there.
All right. With a
I
bit
guess
of
I'll move towards the door without leaving the bird's range.
Yeah, you can, pivot around, kind of around Jasper and get closer towards the door. Luckily, the swarm kind of stays in your space, and as long as you stay next to Jasper, it won't provoke opportunities of attack. So Freddy gets, you're now, like 5 feet away from the door. You can see Jove right there, spear and shield out. I assume correctly, Jove.
Yes.
All right, that's Freddy's turn. It is then Rornak's turn.
Alrighty. So with the verbs that attacked Freddy, are those right in front of me, or would it be more so the ones that attacked?
It is a swarm of. It is an unkindness of ravens. So there are dozens of these creatures flapping around Jasper and Freddy right now.
Okay. And they're like actually on them, so
Yes, they are a swarm, so they occupy their space. Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Who? I definitely. Well, I'll head over to towards Freddy then, and I will try to carefully make an attack at the unkindness, and hopefully not hurt our friend here.
Go ahead and attack the unkindness.
With that,
That's for a 14.
A 14 will hit. You strike out and catch one of these members of unkindness.
Beautiful. That is two-hand with the spear. But they will take 11 piercing, and I will go for the bonus follow-up. And that definitely hits with a 24 to hit.
Yes, absolutely.
So, kind of a backhand smack at the birds as they take an additional 3 bludgeoning as well.
For 14 altogether, you watch Rornak comes from around the shed and immediately skewers. You see 1, 2, 3 of these ravens before almost flicking them off, and as you flick it out, you can see the bodies of these ravens smack into other of the unkindness as you reach out and break another raven from this. You can see a solid 4 or 5 dead ravens kind of hit the ground as the swarm diminishes in size. It is now half of its size and only occupying Jasper's space. Anything else from you, Rornak?
Nah, nothing else for Rornak. That'll be all.
A quick unkindness kebab from Rornak, and we move on down to... Oh, that's funny. It's gonna be that,
Hey, you went there. I was keeping my mouth shut the whole time.
I'm not mad about it even a bit. I enjoyed that. That's my own joke. That is going to be one of the guards, as he's going to take a heavy crossbow bolt, and seeing you, Rornak, he's going to try to fire that over. Not trying to hit Freddy. Ooh, okay. That's a 14.
on me?
No, on Rornak.
Okay. Thank God, because that would definitely hit me.
A 14 that do not hit. Also,
Oh yeah,
You catch
do have,
that shit?
I was gonna say
You
I
can
would
indeed
use my
catch that
reaction
shit.
to deflect missiles, please.
Yeah, I don't know what level that is, but do it.
That,
Just
I do have that.
Make
It's
eye
good level.
contact as you do it. Just be like, get that shit out of here.
Yes, you since it does miss, you can use a reaction. You do automatically catch it. You see it coming, just and catch it. It almost looks like it's about to veer off and catch Freddy, and just kind of put a hand out and catch it. And pulling it back, you now have a crossbow bolt in your hand, Rornak.
I kind of have to. May I use my key point to please throw that right back?
You may indeed use your key point to throw that right on back.
And then do I have to roll for that, or is
You
that
do
just
indeed have to roll for it.
Okay. That is... Dang, that's only a 13.
A 13. A 13 will hit.
Hey!
Yeah, you can see that the majority of the guards here wear light, kind of leathery armor.
Got him with the Uno reverse card.
We haven't seen this since Jove caught his own javelin.
Ooh. And since that's with proficiency, do I add my dex to that then, too?
I would say yes.
Beautiful. That's max damage for 9 piercing as I
Jeez.
throw that right back.
Shoo. And you see it catches him right in the shoulder, almost the exact same spot that he hit Jasper with. Because I believe he caught you with the heavy crossbow earlier. And so you just return one right back. Freddy, you see this crossbow bolt come, you see Rornak catch it, and then immediately flip it around in his hands and huck it right back. Ah! All right, that's his turn. He's going to use his other action to start reloading. And he's going to pull that crossbow bolt out of his shoulder and use his second attack to reload that heavy crossbow. And he's going to back up towards the house. Then it is Jove's turn.
All right. So he is going to... so he had Hunter's Mark on the elf, who is now downed. So he will use bonus action to move Hunter's Mark to the diminished unkindness. And seeing Rornak with the spear, it's like, yeah, spears are a good time. So he's going to just rush and see if he can skewer a few of these baddies.
Yeah, go for it. Jove strikes the unkindness.
Probably not. That's a 12.
A 12? Luckily, they are just ravens, so a 12 meets.
Huzzah! Then Aquila, who is hiding around the corner, she is going to, as Jove goes in with the thrust, she'll hawk up some of that electric spittle and spit it out and add that d6 of lightning damage.
Yeah, real quick, for audience sake, could you give me a real quick description of Aquila in her current form?
Yes, so Aquila in her current form is like, not like a large dog size, but a pretty big dog drake creature, rather than a kind of reptilian tail. She has more of a beaver style tail. She definitely has a lot of hard scales to her, and I believe she is blue because she's in her lightning form at this point. It's either blue or copper.
It is entirely up to you.
Yeah. We will say we're gonna go blue because I think that's what I said before. If not, she can change at will, so she's fucking blue right now if she wants to be. And kind of has like at her snout like a little bit of almost kind of like a rhino horn to it. I mean, she does have more of that nose there. The slit's open, but it goes into a pointed shape. So she does look pretty fierce, dragon-like, but definitely doesn't have any wings or anything at this point. And so, as my companion, she opens up her mouth and she kind of has that like really super cheesy nacho thing going on with all that spittle that kind of connects her top jaw to her lower jaw, and she hawks that out into a big globule that Jove pierces in midair and drives into this here unkindness. Or here, I am going to use my piercer ability to re-roll my spear damage. Well, that's how it goes sometimes. So that is going to be for 7 piercing and 4 lightning for a total of 11 damage.
11. How do you want to finish off the unkindness?
Oh, beautiful. I like the idea that since they've been like moving around really, really, really fast, that there is a lot of like static electricity in the air. And when Aquila adds her little spark to that, along with the Electrum Spear Point, like as soon as it hits one of the unkindness, there is a just like a big like flash of static electricity that goes through and just kind of fries the rest of them as they all kind of fall in a smoking pile around our friends.
There's the sound of multiple fried ravens landing all around you, Jasper, as you see Jove with the spear point and almost this globule net fry these creatures around you. That's the end of the story for for the unkindness.
And do we have any other baddies like right in melee range right here, or is it just the unkindness?
Just the unkindness in melee range. Go ahead, Jove, make me a perception check.
That is going to be my passive of 17.
Passive of 17, as the unkindness drops around you, giving you a better vantage point to look towards the complex. You can see one of the guards is backing away as he kind of enters into that inner ring, if we look at that kind of the map, away from you all. With your 17, you can see two more guards, one coming from the right side of the building from the south, and one coming from the left side of the building from the south. Heavy crossbows drawn, running their full speed. You notice this for just a second until your focus peers at the complex, and you can see what appears to be two large creatures, the size of a horse, maybe even larger. Even from this distance, you can see they must be nearly 8 feet tall, as a small, short pair of wings sprout from the sides, a long neck, and a heavy, almost axe-like beak at the front. As you see, these two creatures are rushing past this guardsman at a dead sprint to where you guys are at. You can already hear the as with their long legs, you can see that they are gaining. These creatures are fast.
Jove will then take a defensive position in front of Freddy, and as he's making his way, because he did spy the elven individual with the keys like way before we even got in here. So as he's passing by Jasper, he's going to say, Jasper, go and grab the keys off of that elf there. Maybe we can get ourselves inside this shed.
Jasper looks at you and holds up her hand with the keys in hand.
She jingles the keys.
And you just say, you hear him say, "That's my girl," and and then goes up and stands in front of Freddy, shield and in front of him with spear on top. And then Aquila, he's just gonna have Aquila stay in that corner out of sight for right now, and that will be Jove's turn.
Add a +1 for Uncle. Uncle Jove. Boy, you could wear the mask. Oh no. Moving down from Jove. Jove, where are you positioned right now? Just so I can have better idea. Are you still in front of the door, or?
So I want to go in front of the door. I want to be in front. I want to be between Freddy and the oncoming folks.
Okay,
So
you
he's trying
move.
to
Yeah, about 15 feet forward, and position yourself in front of Freddy, so that you can have kind of like a line where you've got Freddy and Jasper next to each other. Right behind, like, Freddy is Rornak, and then right in front of Freddy is Jove. You guys are in kind of like a little T shape. Absolutely. And you take a defensive position over. Aquila stays in place, ready for the fight to come. Moving on from Jasper. These two creatures begin to make their way at you, moving their full movement speed of 50 feet. One leaps into the air and decides to make a strike at you, Jove. You think that the claws are coming, but instead of coming down with both feet, it drives the entirety of its skull at you like a tomahawk. But now that this creature is here, you can see this thing is easily almost 9 feet. It towers over you. The front of it almost looks like the beak itself is made out of metal as it drives down, and that is going to be a 14 to hit.
Jove really gets low with his shield and is able to hold it there. It does not hit.
It drives down and you meet it with your shield. You can feel just the raw strength of this creature. Glances off your shield and drives this axe-like beak straight into the ground between your legs, burying it at least a foot deep into the earth. The other of these creatures will run around the side and go past you, Jove, into you, Jasper, and will make a strike with its beak. That's a 9. That's definitely not going to do.
Yeah, she'll sidestep it on her way towards the shack.
And while you are much taller than Jove in many regards, this thing still towers over. It's like, do you guys remember the movie Quest for Camelot?
Yes.
Yes.
If you remember the chicken that gets turned into a hand axe, imagine that, but the size of an ostrich.
Jesus.
And that is what these creatures are barreling at you. They do, now that they're up close, you can see that they have a number of what appears to be necklaces around their necks. Strange little fetishes of feathers and beaks and teeth and hair. All kind of wrapped around their necks, clearly adorned. They are well taken care of as they stream at you with this weird silence, even though you can feel kind of the heavy footfalls as their legs strike the earth. They don't make out like a large screech or a cawing noise like the unkindness. They move quickly. They flow through the air almost as if guided by the wind. But that's going to be their 2 turns as we switch down. That one's dead. Okay, here's the rest of you boys.
Well, they all go before me.
There you are. Jasper, it is now your turn.
Okie dokie. She is, because of Jove's cue, she's going to disengage with the creature that attacked her, and she's gonna try and unlock the shed with her action.
Go ahead and just give me a sleight of hand check.
Okay. Yes, that is a 21 for sleight of hand.
You grab as this creature drives its axe-like beak into the ground and struggles to pull that beak out of the earth. You use this to your advantage and disengage. You use your superior movement speed and run to the shed. And without looking, there's, what appears to be 2 or 3 keys on here. You grab one and you slam it into the lock, turn it to the right, and immediately clicks on open as you're able to turn the key and open up the shed. Peering inside, while it is dark there, you can see it appears to be a mostly open shed. You can see a number of scratch marks line kind of the floors of this, and it leads what appears to be a tunnel heading down, curving around towards the complex, heading deep within the earth.
She's gonna call out, "There's a secret path in here, big fucking surprise," and she's gonna whip back around. How much movement did I use?
You used 15 feet of your movement, so you still have another 25 feet left. Because you're mobile.
Yeah. I think she is going to double back and attempt to put herself between Freddy and the one that had attacked her.
Yeah, you watch Jasper runs on over, unlocks the garden shed, opens that bad boy up, and then is back in her same spot, almost as if she hadn't moved. SpongeBob style, want to see me run on top of that mountain? Want to see me do it again?
If she can use her free action to re-equip her axe, that would be lovely.
Yes, I will say with your sleight of hand check, you have the ability to disengage, run on over, open up the garden shed, and return back to your spot with your axe equipped, leaving the keys kind of hanging in the door of the shed, unless you'd like to have them pocketed.
With everything that was going on, I don't think that would have occurred to her. I think she just left it in the lock.
Absolutely. You get that bad boy, you slam that open. It's kind of a heavy door, but with your sleight of hand and how easy it is to open up, you get the whole thing open.
Would you mind if I rolled intelligence on that?
Sure, go for it.
See. Okay. 14, so I'll say I did pocket them.
You have them on your person. The gate is open. You resume your position back in front of the creature, and it yanks its head back out of the dirt and puts its eye on you, none the wiser that you've done this whole movement.
Beautiful. That'll be it.
Then it is the thugs from around the corner. And just Jenny from the back. We'll take that one. Gotcha. They are going to move their movement speed up, and they are going to use their heavy crossbows. This is at their disadvantage range for the time being. Let's fire one at... One saw you, Jasper, run to the garden back, so with disadvantage, it'll take a shot. Oh, that's a 2, so that's not going to do. He uses action to reload and continue to make his way towards you. The other one comes around the corner, has the best line of sight on... I can't really see Jevka's there, so that would probably be Freddy. With disadvantage, oh, that's an 8.
Ah, eat my robes.
Jasper and Freddy, you see heavy crossbow bolts land, 5 feet, 10 feet away from you. Nowhere close, but you are aware that you are being fired upon as as 2 more of the thugs will continue heading their way towards you all. We go back to the top of initiative with Freddy.
That's the me one.
That is the you one.
Alright. No more crows on me. So I'm gonna run into the cabin. And on my way in, I will give a Johnny over to... Who gets it? Rory gets it.
Yeah.
So I'm strumming my harp as fast as I can as I sprint, and I just say, keep us alive, do it. And I use my bardic inspiration to summon a little rat familiar named Johnny that goes over and helps a friend.
Thank you. That answered all the things. It's like you knew I was going to ask you for flavor.
I did.
Thank you. Yes, with your 30 feet of movement, you're able to get into the garden shed. You still have about 15 feet of movement. You could continue on deeper if you'd like.
What I will do is kind of poke my head in there and use the action that I have not used yet to cast light on my ritual book, and just kind of use it as a lantern as I point it down the hallway.
Could you give me an investigation check?
7.
7. Looking around, you see these large scratch marks into kind of the floor of this, as if a large creature has come in and out of this tunnel many times.
Okay.
But looking around, it doesn't appear... there's no, You see like a small bit of like guarding equipment out to the side, but the whole, for being such a big garden shed, there's really not much in here.
That's it then.
Gotcha. Brady takes cover inside of the garden shed. That's important. Then we'll move on to Rory.
All right. I know obviously we've got the big axe birds here in front of us. The the guards or whoever that shot the crossbow bolts at us, is it still, can I see, is it still the one that I threw that one back at and that got shot earlier as well?
He has taken a position up by the house. He is preparing to fire on you once again.
And like about how far away would he be then?
From you at this point, since he used his whole movement to back away from you, he's about 20 feet away. He's about 50 feet away from you right now.
Yeah, that's probably not worth doing because I don't really want to leave the group here on this one. So, Rornak will kind of shimmy, I guess, up a little bit to the spot then that Freddy just was at, to get up closer to the other axe bird that I think had not attacked, or at least had not been engaged with just yet. And Rornak will hold his ground against him, and we'll take an attack there.
Absolutely. You go to the side, this one that's closest to you. Could you see there's one in front of Jove and one in front of Jasper. Freddy is kind of shot behind them, using his allies to stop them from getting opportunities of attacks and head into the shed. So you could go to either one. You have plenty of movement. Neither one of them has taken any damage so far. So you could either assist Jove or you could assist Jasper. Which one would you like to do?
I will go ahead and I'll assist Jasper, and then I don't assume I get flanking because they have an ally right by them, right?
Yes, especially because they are this kind of large creature and they are flanking each other, almost like they're in a pack.
Gotcha.
They're using some kind of tactics on us.
Yeah.
Those
I will.
assholes.
Yeah, I will go. I know, right? Yeah, I will assist the one that is on Jasper then, and instead of like forming a conga line, it'll be kind of like a perpendicular, kind of like line up on the side.
Yeah, you put yourself in between this creature and like the shed where Freddy's at, so that if it tries to shoot to the shed, you're right there ready for it. And then directly to your right, there's Jasper. You guys performing kind of like this small wall between you and the shed.
Sounds good to me. I will take my attack. And that is a 23 to hit.
A 23 will hit.
The spear. So it takes 8 piercing, and I'll go for the follow-up. Oh no, that's a crit fail on the unarmed
Oy.
follow-up.
Please roll me damage.
I will. That's for 1 bludgeoning.
Jasper, you take 1 bludgeoning.
Sorry.
That's the first one. And how much damage did you do on that first strike?
That was 8 piercing on the spear attack.
8 piercing on the spear attack. You drive the spear in, and you try to bring like a big kick to the side of its leg. And Jasper, you feel Rory's foot catch you right in the back of the elbow, right in the funny bone.
Ah.
Sorry.
Anything else from you?
I think that'll do it for Rory here on this one.
Absolutely. Then it is... Right there. He's dead. Well, no, actually, no, it's him. He's going to fire crossbow bolts at you, Rornak. 50 feet out. All right, that's a 15.
A 15 does not hit.
As it shoots wide. He's going to reload and take a firing stance. Calls out to Jot. And then it is going to be Jove.
All right, Jove is looking at the situation here, in an open field. Got some crossbow folks. Got some big axe chickens in front of him. He is not feeling good about just standing and duking it out right here, so he is going to take the disengage action. So he's going to kind of do a little dodge roll backwards and keep that going for the remainder of his movement. I've got 25 feet, and I think that I could get inside of the doorway of the shed, right?
You could, absolutely.
So Jove is going to do that and yell out, fall back to the shed. And as he does that, he gets in. He's going to use his bonus action for allowing Aquila to use her action on her turn. Jove will stand in front of Freddy in a protective way. And then Jove's turn lapses. It goes over to Aquila. Aquila is going to use her movement to get inside. And for her action, since I used my bonus action for Jove, I'm going to hold a bite if a creature comes within bite range in an enemy. So I'm going to have her side by side with Jove and Jove in front of Freddy.
Absolutely. And what did you use your action on?
To disengage.
Disengage, gotcha. You duck between the legs of these creatures using your smaller stature to weave in between the legs of these creatures. You make your way to the garden shed, take your position in front of Freddy, and call Aquila over, who is ready to bite at the legs of these creatures.
Yeah, so we are in the shed, and I do believe that is... Just double check something... Yes, he's still concentrating on Hunter's Mark, but he hasn't recast it on anybody yet, and that will be Jove.
All right, after Jove, an individual from the complex leaps from that second story, hitting the ground right in front of that crossbow thug, and with unnatural speed moves, what was that? Be 60 feet in a single turn, and makes his way over. And let's see, Jove, you've left. Jasper, that's around the bird. That's going to be over to you. 60 feet. Oh, he just can't quite make it. So he is going to pull out a spear. And he almost makes like a small sketching in the air and touches the tip of the spear to it. And you see almost like a cold shard of ice appear at the front of it, as if all the moisture in the air has condensed on the tip of it, and it fires out. He's going to cast Ray of Frost at you, Rornak. That's a 14.
14 does not hit.
You feel a rush of cold air as right behind your left ear, the shard of ice shatters behind you into the ground. As you turn to see this individual, some of you may have, for those of you with high perceptions, I believe that was... Who saw this individual outside the window? If you guys recall from our earlier sessions, those of you who rolled higher saw this individual. He's wearing a number of feathered necklaces around a number of what appears to be like scale mail in the style of almost like a feathered cloak. Think almost like, Eileen the Crow from Bloodborne.
Ooh, nice.
And you can see moving at this speed, this kind of cloak that follows behind them spreads out. It almost does look like a pair of wings as they sprint across, moving even faster in instances than these two large axe-beaked creatures. And with that spear in hand, a bit of cold magic emanating off of it, that's going to be his turn. As he tries to enter the fray, it is then his pet's turn. As one going after Rory, one going after Jasper. One for Rory. That's an at 20.
No,
That will certainly hit.
One for Jasper. That's an 18.
just hits.
All right. For we'll start with Jasper first. Jasper, you take. Oh, those are D8.
Oy.
Oh, okay. You're gonna take 5 points of slashing from a heavy beak strike, and then Rornak. Ooh, that is max. You take
Jesus.
18 points of slashing damage
Oof.
as you're distracted by this shard of ice behind your neck. You turn and, like, turning your face towards the sun, leave yourself open as this creature drops its full weight from its beak down from your shoulder down to your thigh in this kind of devastating slash. Jasper, you are caught watching this kind of heavy blow. This other creature is able to slice deeply into your arm. That's going to be their 2 turns.
My funny bone, and then it slashes that arm too. Jeez.
It is now Jasper's turn.
Okay. She definitely heard the call to retreat, but she wants to get a lick in before she does that. So, the one that is engaged with both myself and Rory, she's gonna quickly move into a flanking position.
Go for it.
And make an axe strike. Oh no. Okay. That's much better. That's a 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
That is going to be 10 magical slashing. At which point she is going to take a cunning action disengage and run towards the shack. And I think she is going to what exactly is the spacing situation inside the shack right now? Like, do I have space to get by, or is
Yeah, this is it appears to be the shack has, like, a door that opens up for, like, a 10-foot wide, like, it's a large, like, garden shed made of marble. The whole inside of it appears to be, like, a 20 by 20 foot space. Big enough to where even these creatures that have pursued you could fit into this garden shed.
Okay.
And as you make your way to this garden shed, without even looking behind you, you hear the large sound of a creature hitting the ground. Because with 10 magical slashing damage, you rip open the neck of this creature and slay it.
Beautiful.
Not even taking a chance to, like, appreciate the work. It's just a quick slice of blade and then out of there. And the rest of you watch as, like, it looks to you as if it's going to go out for an attack and just drop straight flat. Just.
So quick, it didn't even realize it died. As she's running, she's gonna call back to Rory, "Close the doors behind you!" And she is going to move 10 feet in so that there's space for Rory, and she's gonna about face and raise her shield just in case.
Absolutely. As after Jasper is going to be 2 more of those thugs who are going to fire. One, since Jove, you're within range now. 1 heavy crossbow. That's going to be a natural 19.
Nice.
For 5 points of piercing damage. And then another one comes flying at Rornak. That's only a 2.
It's not. Nah.
As they have not moved into their normal range. You see those 3 kind of thugs are all taking their stance, using their extra action to reload their heavy crossbow. They're firing in, but they're not moving closer. Using their distance advantage to fire upon you without going into danger. We'll go back to the top with Freddy. back to the top with Freddy.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I guess I'm gonna go out and poke my head out and see if anyone's dying.
You can see that Rornak has taken a heavy blow down the front, from his top of his chest all the way down to the leg, next to one of these felled creatures, and you do see this feathered individual, with this kind of long spear, who is making his way ever closer to you.
I don't know if non-nobles don't take like wartime strategy classes, but using a bottleneck is very advantageous to us in this circumstance. So, if we can all get in the shack and use this doorway to our advantage, I think that would be in the best interest, and that way we don't, lose more blood than we have in our bodies. And I'll, can I reach Rory from where I'm at and still get
Absolutely.
back? Okay. Then I will do that. And I will cure wounds. You get 6 back.
Whoop.
Yay!
The
And then I
slash
go back to the
shortens and repairs over with the refreshing smell of wintergreen.
I head back into the shack and post up again. With
Gotcha.
my book still lit.
That's lit. Rornak.
Alrighty. I am gonna go ahead and disengage, and head back into the shack, and I will use my free action to close that shut as requested as well.
You see Rornak disengages, grabs the door, and shuts it behind you all. With Freddy's book, the inside of this is still lit up, and you are able to shut the garden shed with now the party in there. We're still in initiative, but the door has been shut. It's not locked, but it is shut.
Gotcha. I assume there isn't any way that it looks like, at a glance, because I know we're short on time, it doesn't look like there's any way to lock it or even, like, barricade it at all on this side, right? Like
There does appear to be a way to lock it from this side. However, you have used your disengage and your full movement to get the door shut. Somebody else will need to lock it.
Gotcha. Yeah. Rornak then would... Rornak... Yeah, you're right. No more bonus actions or anything can do there. Yeah, Rornak will call out that he needs help then. Trying to lock the shed quickly.
Absolutely.
And that'll be all for him.
Then afterwards, you hear the sound of poof as a heavy crossbow bolt strikes the front of the door. Is then Jove's turn.
Jove, hearing the call for help, will step forward and help Rory close this door or lock it.
Absolutely, Jove. You go over and you move the heavy bars back into place, and you hear a tight as the door is locked into place. With your enemies on one side and your party on the inside.
Then Jove is going to yeah, he's got that lantern that is on his bag, and he'll go ahead and just take, I guess, an action to go ahead and get that going as well on top of Freddy's light. And then I guess is the tunnel down like pretty easy to see at this point?
Yes. Now that you're all in there and Freddy already has light on it, it's very easy to see. This tunnel heads down towards the back of the shed, and then almost looks like it makes a U-turn before heading towards the main complex, down deep into the earth.
Does it get any smaller, or does it maintain the...
No, it's actually quite a large tunnel. Easily a 10 by 10, if not a bit larger.
He's gonna look at Freddy and say, "Yeah, the bottleneck's the rad idea. So let's give ourselves some more space." And Jove will take his 25 feet of movement to go further back down the tunnel.
Yeah, Joe, begin heading into the tunnel. How much feet do you enter?
I have 25 feet. So I guess these are 10-foot blocks on the map, right? So I would guess I would be like, if the tunnel starts at the back wall, then I'd be 5 feet in?
Yeah, about 5 feet.
Gotcha. And then Aquila will follow. She'll heal right next to him. And I do want to point out that she's actually bronze. She's not blue. I double checked that. Blue is for the mean dragons, and she's not a mean dragon.
Absolutely.
And,
Joe, could I have you and Aquila make a dexterity saving throw?
Yes. Okay. Oh my god, rolled 2 2s.
You guys step forward, and as you begin to slope into this, right at the entrance, you see there is a hidden pit trap. As you and Aquila both fall and take 11 points of piercing damage.
Gee.
The rest of you see Aquila and Jove head in, and then whoo, the sound of falling and the sound of piercing, as Jove and Aquila both take 11 points of piercing damage. So, after Jove, it is then you hear a loud banging noise on the door. The sound of one of those creatures. You can hear roll is 12. The sound of its beak slashing against the door. And on the other side you hear, "You've killed my brother. As soon as I get through this door, I'm going to rip the breath from your lungs." And then you see a little bit of cold begin to appear on the door. That's going to be their turn. It is now Jasper.
How seriously did that first bang jostle the door? Does it seem like we've only got a very short period of time, or do we have a minute?
It's a pretty heavy fucking door. So even with the sound of that creature hitting it and that little bit of cold appearing on it, they will eventually get through, but it's going to take them some time. The rest of the shed is made out of marble. It is a heavy stone garden shed. And besides the floor itself, most of this appears to be like marble, metal, and heavy woods.
Okay. And looking back towards the pit trap, is it deep? Is he going to need help getting out of there? Or
It's about 10 feet deep. He is going to need some help getting out of there.
In which case, she's going to stow her axe and shield and run along the wall and kind of basically at floor level so that she can reach Aquila and Jove and extend a help action to whoever needs to get out.
Absolutely. You walk down, you can see it's about a 10-foot drop onto what appears to be numerous kind of wooden spikes. You can see Aquila has been pierced mostly through the tail. Jove, it's gone kind of through a shoulder. Narrowly in some places, you can see had Jove been half a foot in either direction, it may have pierced his heart.
Oh, yeah.
But you are prepared to help them up.
Actually, one last thing. I think she's going to take this opportunity to take a deep breath. And, I feel like she's almost trying to mimic what she learned of the breathing from her time with the cult. And do a second wind to heal a little bit of this damage that's been coming in.
You empty out the shallow breaths and breathe deeply into your lungs, trying to infuse your blood with as much oxygen as you can. There's almost that kind of natural high for a moment. How much do you heal for?
It's only gonna be 5. but,
5,
uh,
enough to steady the heartbeat, and you can feel kind of your muscles expand, and the clotting in her blood begins to start.
Beautiful. That'll be it.
All right. The sound of a crossbow bolt striking the sides of the garden shed, and then one hitting the door with a thud. It's gonna be another bit of damage there. For a grand total of that's not great. Okie dokie. It is then back to the tippy top with Freddy.
He fell into the pit trap when he like started going down the hallway, right?
Indeed, he did.
Okay. I mean, if I guess I know that there's him and Aquila down there, so I'll go and extend a hand as well, unless they're both up.
They're both not up, so yes, you can use your action to help.
Yep, that I will do, and I will set my book, like 5 feet in front of me, so we have a little more light down the hallway.
Absolutely. It is then. Let's see. No, that's not going to do. The sound of a crossbow bolt hitting the sides of the shed. Jove.
Okay, Jove is gonna groan in pain because that fucking sucked. Then he's going to immediately look over at Aquila and see that she got her tail pierced through. So without really saying anything, he locks eyes with her and helps her get that tail off the spike, and just kind of in one motion, after he does that, she starts kind of to squirm in pain, maybe a little bit. He does his best to kind of scoop her up and push her to try and get her to Jasper, to at least get to the edge so she can kind of like climb herself up.
Give me an
So-
athletics check with advantage.
Gotcha. Do you want me using my stats or Aquila's stats?
Your stats.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. With advantage, that is a 23.
Yeah, you using kind of your core muscles, the strength of your arms, you lift yourself off this spike with a and you're able to get over to Aquila, kind of weaving your way through these spikes and pick her up and lift her up enough for her to grab onto Jasper, and then back onto Freddy, and she's able to get out, and you are no longer impaled. I'll say with Freddy and Jasper, you reach Aquila up, and with your movements, they're able to help you up as well with the 22 in athletics.
Beautiful. Jove will...
Like a fireman carry of Drake and Halfling.
It is a truly a feat of teamwork here. With that, he's going to extend his thanks to his friends, and then he will make sure that lantern is pointing down the hall, and far more carefully this time. He's going to start moving down a little bit, I guess, making sure that he doesn't step on anything that looks shitty.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
That is a 10.
A 10. It looks to be more earth that you kind of, let's say it takes you about 15 feet of movement to get out of this pit. You had about 10 feet in. Looking with your investigation, you don't appear to see any more of these pit traps, at least 10 feet further in. Aquila kind of at your side. You do hear a number of draconic grumblings and embarrassment of falling and being impaled by wood. Not even a good pierce. Wood, of all things.
Through dragon skin, come on. Yeah, then.
And what
I
is
guess
your
we will-
excuse?
What? I'm soft. Come on, don't even.
Oh, that is true. You are soft.
And then Jove will move that 10 feet, and I guess using kind of the back of his spear as kind of a, I don't know, sight stick, I suppose, and pushing down on the earth in front of him. Once he gets there, he's going to kind of turn around just so he has. Well, no, he'll keep facing forward. He'll look. At that point, has he gotten around the curve, or?
You are about to get around the curve and head towards the complex.
Gotcha. Well, then I will just say that I will use. Oh, I don't know if you saw in the chat, Dom, but I rolled 12 for concentration when I fell in the pit, so I still got Hunter's Mark going.
Beautiful, thank you.
And then I'll say that probably used my action right, so I'll use my bonus action to let Aquila have an action besides the dodge action on her turn. Jove's turn will elapse. Aquila will go to his side, and she's going to hold a bite action in case something comes around that corner and is looking to harm either myself or her. And that will be our collective turns.
Okay, it's then... Okay. Another loud thud at the door. And some more menacing whispers of future endeavors of pain from whoever this individual is on the other side. A little bit more of this cold begins to creep across the door. As we move on to Jasper.
Has Rory gone this initiative?
I was just gonna say.
You know
I
what?
might
My
not
bad. My bad. We'll go to Rory. You are before Jove, so my bad.
Nah, it's all okay. How actually wide is this passage? Because I
It's
know
10
Jove
feet
is-
wide.
10
So 10 feet wide and only about 5 feet. Intended to catch humanoids, it appears, rather than larger creatures.
Okay. I know Jove, and Aquila are ahead, so I don't imagine there's a real safe way to kind of get around them. So
You can definitely get around Jove and Aquila because they're both small creatures. To get around them, if you'd like, you will need to hop across this pit trap.
okay. I will.
However,
use that.
Jasper is there, so you do so with advantage.
Well, Jasper, thank you for letting me do this then.
I'll make it acrobatics.
Acrobatics, you said?
Yes.
Gotcha. With advantage, that's a 13.
With a 13, you leap, and luckily Jasper is there as you land on Jasper, and then leap off of Jasper to the other side. Had Jasper not been there, you would have jumped straight down into a pit trap.
Cutting it a little bit close there. Oof.
Jasper, you feel the surprisingly light body of Rornak land on your back, on your armor, and then jump off of you like a springboard to the other side. Your boots don't move even a bit.
Oh, nice. Okay. I feel like just this slight jostle from him landing on her brought her face a little closer to those spikes, and she would have liked, but no worries.
With a 13, you are not in danger. Rornak, you make it across. You still have about 30 feet of your movement left. You can get
Alright.
probably about 20 feet in front of Jove.
Okay. Rornak will go ahead and move that 30 feet.
You go around and begin heading deeper towards the complex. And as you begin to make your way and look down, give me a perception check.
Of course. Nat 20.
Nat
Nice.
20, it's time to bring up the map.
Oh boy.
As you begin to look down, you guys are entering from the north point of this map. Rornak, you are just outside. You see where that that T is as you begin to head down. You're at kind of like
Yeah.
that 16. That's where you would be at.
And we're heading south, towards the bottom
Indeed.
part, the top.
Yes, looking down kind of this passageway. You see a large cave dominated by what appears to be 2 tables filled with glassware and bubbling chemicals. A pile of straw in kind of the northeast corner of it. And you can, as you kind of turn that corner, you begin to feel the large rush of air emanating from underneath here. A small howling noise. As your eyes work just fine, but the sound in here begins to grow larger and louder, making it harder for you to hear.
Yeah, Rornak, and I imagine that's my full movement gets me towards like kind of where this cave is, or whereabouts would I be right now?
With it, you are at that 16 with your full movement.
Oh, I'm at the 16.
You are
Gotcha.
at the
Okay.
16. You're probably about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. About 30 feet from entering into this cavern in its fullness. At this current time, you don't see anyone else there.
Rornak then will hold an action as he like kind of holds the spear above his head as if to either kind of stab down on something near him or to be able to kind of javelin toss it if need be if something comes down the hallway, as he will hold an action to attack any monsters or unfriendlies that come down that hall.
With 2 hands on the spear, kind of at both the stabbing points and easy enough to drop a hand and chuck it like Jove. You prepare for whatever is in this cavern that we will now refer to as the chapter house of the Eternal Breath. So, back on down. Those damage already go. Now it is Jasper's turn.
So remind me, did you say in the shack there were like wooden shells or something? Or
There were a small smattering of like garden tools and, shelves, but it's kind of
Okay.
like off to a corner, clearly has been added.
Okay.
It's kind of like a throwaway storage area.
Yeah. In that case, I think she's gonna just she's gonna move forward with the party. Yeah, I think she's gonna get as far as Job and see that he's kind of bracing there. And I think just to make as much room for everyone as possible, she's gonna be standing on the ceiling currently. Thanks to her boots of spider climbing for the audience's sake. And then yeah, she's going to equip a throwing axe for now and hold her action in case she sees something.
Yeah, you make it about 5 feet further than Rornak. Standing on the ceiling, Rornak on the ground. Just enough space in between you both. Weapons at the ready as you peer into this cavern. Seeing much the same, you can see that there appears to be lights down in this cavern. Many of them emanating from what appears to be these large tables in this cavern. With a number of glassware and strange liquids. You can see that the stone down here is not like carved stone, but more like smoothed out earth. You can see a number of what appears to be plants growing in and out around the walls. Like an underground garden, almost. There's sounds. Anything else from your turn, Jasper?
Just a question of this tunnel that we're in right now. Is it being held up by supports, or is it a pretty like rocky?
It appears to be a rather rocky. It doesn't appear to have any supports. Less of a mining, more of like a clawed tunnel.
Oh yeah. Okie doke. That's it then.
Absolutely. There's the sounds of wood creaking from behind you all, a number of thuds of heavy crossbow bolts striking the door. But we return back to the top with Freddy.
Okay. Is there are we all in the tunnel?
Yes, you're all at the tunnel at this point.
Is there any like hatch to the stairway up to the shed?
There is there's the main door that is locked behind you, and the trap door can be reset. It simply needs to be pulled back up into place to reset the trap. But there's not like a secondary door inside this garden shed.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll pick up my book. Is it well lit up ahead? Can I end my light spell?
You could end your light spell.
Okay.
While
I
it is
will-
dark in this top part of the tunnel where the trap is, as soon as you get past the trap, it begins to illuminate and light appears once more.
Then yeah, I'll pick my book up, and I'll keep light on it until I'm in the main area. But I just want to make sure I didn't need to send it with somebody moving ahead. And I'll reset the trap door.
Yeah, absolutely. With your action and your movement, you reset the trap door behind you guys, pulling it up and back into place with a light little click as it just barely holds this trap door up. You make your way down the tunnel. You're in front of Jove and Aquila, behind Rornak and your sister, looking down into this cavern. You can see that in the base of it, there are a number of lights. Even this part of the tunnel is better lit than the garden shed. So you may extinguish your light if you'd like. There's still plenty enough to see.
Okay. Did the trapdoor make a lot of noise when it got set off?
Not a ton. It was more of a light click, and it's drowned out by the sounds of crossbow bolts, heavy beak strikes, and the ever-growing bits of ice.
Then I'm going to tell everybody to go on up ahead, and I'm going to start ritual casting alarm.
Interesting. Okay.
So if it takes them 10 minutes to get down here, I'll have that set up so we can know when they get to that level.
Gotcha. Freddy opens his book and begins would this be the first time you're casting an alarm? I believe so. Give me some flavor.
He's gonna be strumming the harp, and one of the strings of the harp just starts elongating and like coming out of the harp. As he plays, it gets longer and longer. Of course, this is happening over 10 minutes, so you can't really notice it. But if you were to keep an eye on him, you would notice like after 5 minutes, like all of a sudden you're like, wait, where the fuck did that string come from? There's just an extra string hanging out of your harp, and it just gets longer and longer to the length that he needs to set his alarm trap. And the melody that he plays for it is very like plucky high notes, just kind of like notes that you would hear for someone like sneaking in a movie or something, like ding 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 ding.
Burr, 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 burr. It's not entirely Minnie the Moocher, but it's not Minnie the Moocher either. As this kind of lute string begins to appear, and almost like Stephen the Snake begins to wrap and coil itself out down from kind of the from your lutes to the ground and begins snaking its way towards the area of your alarm. As Freddy, you continue to play and begin ritual casting.
That is what I will be doing with my turn for the next 10 minutes. Unless I get interrupted, of course, then I will, I guess, hold my movement to run.
Absolutely. Freddy is going to attempt to ritual cast alarm, and if it looks bad, will immediately use his action to dash towards the party. Gotcha. After Freddy, as Freddy begins to set up this spell, Rornak.
Gotcha. Rornak will continue down the path until he gets to kind of the cave opening with a couple different spots there. As I get in, I know you mentioned like the kind of like the wind howling. Can Rornak tell like where exactly it's coming from, or if it's coming from somewhere stronger in one area or the other?
Make me a investigation check.
Okay. That's a 19.
A 19. You can tell that the wind is not blowing down this tunnel directly. The howling is almost like the sound a bottle makes when you blow across the top of it when it's empty, which for you implies that the wind is emanating from a room up to the right. That it is blowing out, and as that wind goes across this kind of tunnel, that is where the howling is coming from. So about, what would that be? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30... About 30 feet ahead of you, you can see there is a room off to the right that you think the wind is emanating from.
Rornak will shout back to the group. I think the wind is coming from somewhere here on the right. I'm gonna look into it a little bit. Keep my back covered, okay? And Rornak will go ahead and start to turn right into that room.
Absolutely. You make your way down the 30 feet and head 10 feet. It gets you right into the entrance of the room. Peering inside, you see there is an altar. It is the only object in this kind of unlighted, wind-filled chamber. A downward-pointing arrow is carved into the wall behind it. A small coffer decorated with images of a violent storm rests upon the altar. The winds swirl, seeming to blow dust from small holes bored into the walls and ceilings. That is what you see in that room. That's going to be Rornak's turn. Moving on from Rornak. That dude. Let's see. Okay. For the time being, yeah. Jove is now your move.
Beautiful. I think he is just gonna... I think he's gonna dash, because if I'm counting right, I think that will get me to the end of the tunnel.
It will indeed.
So he will, hearing that Rory is going in deeper, he's gonna use that. He will go the full 50. I don't think Akila's got 40 feet, so he is going to... Yeah, he's actually going to bonus action, so he'll go the 50 feet with his action using dash. He's going to use his bonus action to allow Akila to freely use her action. Jove's turn lapses. It goes over to Akila. Akila is going to also dash, go 80 feet, so then and have her go to Rornak's side, so he is not by himself in there.
Thank you.
Gotcha. Joe, give me a perception check.
Certainly. That's my passive of 17.
Joe, if you make it around this corner, and you're looking around, you see these, looking to the right, you see the altar, you see Rory standing, kind of the entrance. Your head turns to the left, and you can see with your passive 17 what appears to be a number of cells, like iron bar cells, down towards the southern part of this, towards where that 14's at. But what gives you pause is when you turn your head to the left and see over by that straw mat a large creature, winged, with the large wings of a raptor, like a large hawk. The body, part avian, but also feline, like a large lion. And at the top of its head, an avian face. Go ahead and roll me a nature check.
Nature is going to be a 17.
A 17. You see a creature that you have heard about, but never seen in real life. There's currently a slumbering griffin on that straw mat.
Oh.
What?
In Rory's haste, and fixation on this altar, you, with your passive 17, do notice that there's currently a sleeping griffin there. The sounds of wind kind of drowns out a lot of the speaking noise. It's almost hard to hear your own footsteps as the wind just kind of a low kind of howl. As far as hearing in this place is, it is at disadvantage, and the wind is rather strong. You would be worried about the effectiveness of ranged weapons in here, Jove.
That's good to know. And with that 17, would I be able to tell from that griffin? Does it look bony, like it hasn't been fed very well, or like
Oh,
scar
no.
marks on it?
Oh,
it
this
looks
is a very
well-fed.
well-fed griffin.
Good to know.
Yes, you can see that, like, in between these tables with glass, and you can see strange plants and roots that have been, like, carved into this hanging underside. It almost, like, one part garden, one part laboratory down here. And that griffin seems well-fed and incredibly strong. As you can see, its massive kind of talons and claws over like a sleeping cat almost, curled up inside of itself with these huge wings. Its head kind of tucked away into the cranny. It looks almost cute while it sleeps. However, you know what griffins are and the damage that they can do. It is still currently asleep.
Jove is going to, as his turn lapses, kind of like hold up his spear for the folks behind him and kind of wave it back and forth and then try and do like a pointing motion into that like southeasterly corner. And he still has his lantern on, so he'd be, well lit down here for the folks that are still down the tunnel. So he's going to be doing his best to do little charades.
Give me a performance check.
All right. Let's see here. Did they have charades back in Featherden?
Were you good at it?
The answer to that is a no. That's a 7.
Jasper, since you're the one watching, Rornak, you don't notice this at all. You're fixated on the altar inside this room. Jasper, you see Joe making like the stabbing motions to the right, like over and over and over again, and it's really hard to hear or see what he's doing. It's like he's stabbing the air over and over again. It's this really weird movement for Joe if you're not sure what he's trying to do here. So after Jove, let's get some rolls.
I think he's clearly been brain controlled, and we need to kill him now.
Put him down.
Unsuccessful. It is now Jasper's turn.
She's gonna look towards Reddy and say, "No offense, but I think your ritual's gonna last longer than that door. We should probably go over by Jove. I think he's having a conniption." Yeah, she's going to use her movement to get over by Jove. Does her 40 feet get her there, or does she need to move further?
Your 40 feet will get you there. Do you stay on the ceiling?
I guess it depends what the ceiling looks like.
It does appear to be more stone, with little pockets of kind of softer dirt run through. It does, as you get into the main cavern, it does open up. The height here is about 30 feet tall.
In which case, at the end of the tunnel, she'll like do a short hop and like drop down.
Give me
actually,
acrobatics.
Okay. Great. 11.
Shoop. And with a heavy thud, you land next to Jove.
And she will look over where he's pointing, and does she have any idea what this thing is?
Go ahead and you roll me a nature check.
Okay. Oh, wow. 18.
Yeah, that's a motherfucking griffin. Like, you know that griffins in nature are angry on their best days and highly territorial, and that the worst griffins are ones that are trained. Because those have all the power of a lion, all the mobility of a raptor, and none of the stupidity of either.
She, she looks at Jove, and sees Rory not really paying attention to this. And
Suddenly it
she's
all clicks
gonna-
for you.
Right.
Oh,
She-
no. You and Joe share a look.
In order to get Rory's attention as quietly as possible, she's actually gonna burn a use of detect thoughts on him from her medallion of thoughts.
Okay.
Oh.
What do you say, Jasper?
Can I actually like put words into his mind?
Oh,
right
it's detect thoughts. So, let's read this one out. So that's the first time we've used this. Detect thoughts. For the duration, you can read the thoughts of certain creatures. When you cast a spell as your action on each turn until the spell ends, you can focus your mind on any one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. Rory has the intelligence enough. You get to learn what you initially learn the surface thoughts of the creature, what is most on its mind in the moment. As an action, you can either shift your attention to another creature's thoughts or attempt to probe deeper into the same creature's mind. If you probe deeper, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, you gain insight into its reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind. If the creature succeeds, the spell ends. Either way, the target knows that you are probing its mind, and unless you shift your attention to another creature's thoughts, the creature can use its actions to make an intelligence check contested by your intelligence check. If it succeeds, the spell ends. So,
She will probe deeper. She'll stick her mind fingers in his brain and wiggle him around.
Rornak, roll me
Oh.
a wisdom saving throw.
Can do. That's a crit fail. Oh
Oh
man.
no.
Keep your
Jasper.
secrets.
Jasper, you focus on Aramesha's wisdom. The bent medallion, bending your mind. It's almost like your consciousness takes a left turn, and it heads down the road to Rornak's mind. You peer into it. At first, the focus on this altar, the disgust Rornak has felt at this perversion of his teachings. All of that rushes to you. And then you probe deeper. Past the ego of Rornak. Deeper into a core. And what peers back at you are bright green eyes.
Oh no.
Blackened skin, both earthen and organic. Tendrils looming down from a face made of rock and stone and fleshy, grayed flesh. Rornak. When will you return home? You feel that attention shift onto you, Jasper.
When that happens, she fucking ends the spell. Like, that scares the Christ out of her.
Roll me an
like,
intelligence saving throw.
she shivers. Okay,
Oh, no.
Oh, jeez, that's not something she's good at. Oh, she's okay this time though. 18.
18. You feel that focus onto you. Who interrupts? And yes, you feel this kind of crushing presence, this alien mind reach out for yours. You are able to hold your sense of self enough to end the spell. Immediately, you feel Aramesha's wisdom around you grow cold and heavy. It almost seems to pull at your neck, sticks to your skin. It's painful for the moment before you breathe out. Rornak has made no change. For Rornak, you don't even sense the intrusion to your mind.
Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I think she's so unsettled and still worried about the griffin. All she can bring herself to do is just, like, bring her shadow axe and shield back out.
Jove, with their passive wisdom, you watch Jasper get stiff. Not looking at the griffin, looking at Rornak.
He notes that.
Jove noticed that. All right. That is Jasper's turn. Then we got some rollies from my side of things. Okay. Another heavy thud at the door. Takes us to 50. All right. Back at the top, Freddy, you continue to cast your spell.
Yes.
Can I have you roll me a perception check?
Perception check. That is a critical fail.
I'll take my passive of 11.
You're crushing it. There's no way. You're going to finish the spell before they get through that door. No problem.
He thinks 6 seconds in.
You're right.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, at this pace, you got this.
Not a
Idiots.
problem.
Trapdoor set. Fucking, who gives a fuck? Cold magic? That's some bitch shit. You're a real spellcaster. Freddy continues his spell. Moving on down, then is Jove.
Oh boy. Did Jasper turn back around to face the griffin, or is she still looking in towards Rornak?
Jasper, you tell Jove. Which one did you do?
She stiffly turned back towards the griffin.
Let's see here. Jove is going to go. I guess. Yeah, fuck. It's loud as fuck though in here right now, right? We're like right on that jet stream of air. Pretty
It is
much,
very
right?
loud in here. That is true.
Gotcha. Well, he feels better about that, so he's gonna. Yeah, he's going to do 25 feet movement. He's hugging the western wall here. He'll go, I guess, down south of 13, kind of in that wavy, rocky area. So he'll do the 25 feet down, seeing that there is more to be explored down there. He's going to try and peer into there.
You do. Roll me a perception check.
Shall. There we go. That, my friend, is a 21.
Appearing into the cells, you see that the cells at the very back of the room, by the kind of, you see there's like a bench and tables, what appears to be a place to make food, and in a continuation of these kind of beakers and chemicals, you see a young human male in blue robes, currently inside one of these cages in a meditative pose, exactly the same as you've seen Rornak in. And you see that Ovan is currently in that center cage at the very bottom of the map, meditating within.
Oh, and the Ovan that we've already met?
The very one and only, the same individual who led you through the exercises this afternoon is the same individual, at least outwardly so, that is locked in one of these cages.
Okay.
You also see that in a number of these cages, unmoving bodies. Not every single cage worth, mind you, but at least 2 others. Their bodies slumped to the side, unmoving, No breath appears to move from their chests. The smell hits you. One of chemicals, of plant growth, and of decay.
Oof. He is going to.
Good music change.
Okay, he is going to grab a javelin and just hold in action. For whatever reason, that griffin wakes up and is attacking. Is being hostile. He will throw a javelin. He's going to use his bonus action to do the whole give Aquila the freedom to do the dash action. As Jove's turn lapses and he's in that area, it goes over to Aquila. Aquila is going to kind of like nip at Rornak's hand a little bit, as if to kind of pull him along. Doesn't try to actually drag him or anything, but Rornak, you definitely feel your hand get nipped by Aquila, and she kind of moves around in her tail, flaps up and down, much like a beaver, and then you see her skitter off. As I don't even think she really needs to dash, but what the hell? She's going to dash and get right next to Jove, as they are in this precarious position, but that's where they're at.
Why not bite completely? Why not bite?
Because friend, remember, it's okay for telling somebody, but not too hard, because that's for enemy.
Your friend.
And Jove just like kind of looks at her, just like, okay. And then that.
And it's this strange quasi-reptilian look back of just like not breaking. Like you're trying to put that full like halfling guilt onto Aquila, like, come on. And just, unlike, you can occasionally get Jasper with it, but she just looks you straight on back and is like, what to your what?
And they will all be there, crouched and ready to go.
All right. We move on down from Jove.
Did we skip Rory again?
We did skip Rory again. I don't know how this keeps happening. Rory, with Aquila giving you a little bit of a nip, what would you like to do?
Okay. He'll definitely get the message. I think before he leaves, I think he just gives one more look to the altar and like, can you tell me, does it look like in any way a perversion of anything he would recognize from the monastery, or does this seem like wholly unique to this cult?
Roll religion with advantage.
Of course. That was almost an nat 20, just rolled bad. So that gets bumped up to an 18 with advantage.
An 18? This is not the teachings of the monastery. This is something different. This is not the breath of the yellow rose. This reminds you very similarly of many of the cults that you've encountered. This is not even a perversion of your teachings. This is something entirely different. While it shares the same themes, where yours is breath control, mercy and compassion, this is unfettered, wild, a force, not a philosophy. It puts your hair on end. As you can see in your darker moments, how something like this could appeal to practitioners of the Yellow Rose. Why should you engage in such mercy? The wind does not care. Why should you? This kind of pulling towards this altar that you feel. And that's what your religion check will give it to you.
Yeah, Rornak feels like that kind of confirms some suspicion he had on it, but again needed to kind of confirm where it did or didn't connect before. And almost as that is pulling on one end, he feels Aquila and the others pulling on the other, and he kind of needs to take a second to kind of grab himself before he will move. He'll then move back out into the hallway, but definitely keeping note of this altar and chamber.
Turning back into the hallway, you do indeed see this griffin, this myriad of beaker tubes. Could I have you roll either a medicine or I believe your herbalism kit, whichever one you prefer.
I will roll with the. I guess I'll roll with medicine. I have a decent bonus for that.
Go ahead and roll medicine.
Okay, so rolling off medicine, that's a 17.
A 17. Roll me a d8.
Ooh. Okay. 3.
3. You are drawn to one of these beakers. There's a sweet-smelling liquid that reminds you very much of your own health potions. And seeing kind of the filaments into it, you see that there is a minor potion of healing on that table.
Verdak will absolutely snag that.
You see that there are 7 other bottles of various liquids, various plant life in here. Many long roots. And I'll say with your medicine, you can see that there is a small silk root farm that's kind of weaved into and out of the fresh earth deep underneath this chapter house.
Oh, I can tell it's coming from actually underneath here.
You can see that there's fresh silk root being grown above, around, through the walls, kind of like hanging tomato plants, but made out of silk root.
Gotcha.
With that very good roll on medicine.
Verdak trying really hard not to smash it all right now, knowing that the griffin is right there. Does he see which way? I did not recall where Aquila went. Does he see where Aquila is? Was Aquila just
Yes,
still there
it's-
at the tunnel?
Aquila is over by Jove, and you see Jove is staring at some of the cells to the south of this chamber.
Yeah. So Rornak then will pocket the potion and begin cautiously making his way towards Jove, trying not to disturb the griffin.
Let's roll for Griffin. You see, you snag the potion of minor healing, and there's the slight sound of glass clinking against each other. You see the griffin rouses for just a moment before putting its heads back down and returning to its slumber. This rolls a perception of 10 to notice you all.
Gotcha. And then with my movement speed, am I able to make it to Jove?
Oh,
see
easily.
Oban? Easily.
Yeah, and you look to where Jove is at and follow his eyesight, and he's looking directly at Ovan in his cage at the southern part of this chapter house.
Does Ovan seem to be awake or no?
Seems to be meditating. In a stance that is very familiar to you.
Rornak. Rornak will take out the spear and move it so it's just like the handle. He'll turn it around and he'll do just a slight nudge on Ovan so as to not obviously hit him forcefully, but just to kind of let him know to a presence, and then he will hold up a finger to his mouth, or where his mouth would be. Oh wait, I don't have the mask on, so he would just hold up a finger to his mouth as he looks at Ovan.
You nudge Ovan, And his eyes open, and he sees you. You hold up a finger to your mouth, and he nods. Continues to make eye contact, but does not say anything.
Does it look like there's any way to even open the cage from this side, or does it not look like that at all?
There is a lock on this cage. There's definitely a key for this cage, and it could potentially be unlocked using thieves' tools.
Thieves' tools are not a thing that I have. He will then, I feel like this is a lot, so if this is an action, since I've already done a number of
Yes, you've collected a potion, woken over, and I would say that's probably going to be the bulk of it.
That's probably it then at that point. So, the only other thing I would do would be to motion to Jasper, but if I've done pretty much everything there that I can, then I will just end it at that with interacting with Oban.
Jasper can see you move your way over there. It's well lit in here, which takes us to Jasper. Freddy, with your passive 9. Yeah, Freddy, still going at it.
Yeah, she's not even thinking about Freddy right now. She is just so relieved that Rory is not in this room anymore, so that she can leave. And she's gonna follow him to the southern room and see this situation with them waking Ovan in a cell, and there not being any overt hostility. She'll ask, "Are we trying to get him out of here, or?" If anyone wants to use their reaction to respond to that.
Jove, Rory, do you respond?
I'm still a little further away, so if you go up to it, then Rornak's the one right there.
Yeah, Rornak will use his reaction to say, I think he might be one of our best ways out in figuring this whole place out.
At which point, Jasper will sigh just an exasperation from this fucking situation, and pull out the keys and see if she can't try to unlock it.
There's 3 keys on here. Try one, the second one, and then using your action, you try the 3rd key, and there is a click as the cell door opens. And Ovan stands.
That's her turn, I guess.
Alright, I need to add Ovan to this. Okay. That's not good. That's a 2.
Be fine.
A number of... Another 2 strikes at the door. It is now Ovan's turn. Are you all here to free me? Looks to you, Rornak. I'll say since you used your reaction to speak with Jasper, you may speak to Ovan.
Rory.
Rornak would say back, your freedom will be earned back in the eyes of Ilmater if you make the right choices here. You know this place is a damnation.
It is not from my judgment what is and what is not in the will of Ilmater. I do not take hands against those, and I will choose to not strike out That is a perversion of Ilmater.
Very well. We're blocked from the way we came in, and there's a griffin in the other room. Do you know any other ways we can get out?
Past the griffin, the entrance will take you straight up to Thylius' room. Were you able to sneak in, or has the alarm been sounded?
It's been sounded all right.
Then a fight is awaiting you. Either out through the garden shed, or out through Thylius' room. You are, in the sense of the word, caged in here.
Jasper will use her reaction to say, I don't love the thought of giving the ones chasing us a chance to wake that griffin up. We're gonna be fucked if that happens.
I think that's what Owen's going to get out on this turn, is that information becomes available to you all. We'll jump back to the top with Freddy, who continues on the alarm spell.
Yes.
Give me a perception check.
Perception. Would you believe it's another crit fail? Passive 11.
Freddy,
Oh,
come on.
With your passive of 11. You're in the zone right now, trying out a new spell, feeling super crafty, some shit from that last adventure. But with the passive 11, even your notice is broken as you see the very tip of one of those bird creatures' beak begin to pierce through the door. The door is beginning to weaken. You're not sure how long you have until they back through, but I'll say, as the scholar that you are, you know that you don't have another 9 minutes to finish this spell.
You don't know that.
As the DM, sure. As Freddy with the crit fail, no, you don't. You're right. You're like, 50-50 shot. I could probably get this off.
Well then, can I change my mind on whether I'm still casting?
Yes, you may.
Let's see what I want to do then. I want to save spell slots. So I'm just gonna walk back to the main room and see who I can see and go towards them.
Yeah, you get down the hall. That'll use up your movement speed. You see Jove at kind of the entrance to those cell blocks over there, and in this lit room, you notice your sister and Rornak standing in front of an opened cage. Your eyesight drifts on over. You see this creature in the corner. Go ahead and roll me a nature check.
Fail. Oh, 17.
A 17? Is that a fucking griffin? That's a fucking griffin. Underground. In Mulemaster. Griffin riders are hundreds of miles to the east of here.
I'm gonna wake it up with some sweet music. No, I'm not. I'm joking.
I was
don't be the
getting
TikTok.
ready to murder
Don't be
you.
the TikTok. Oh, good talk.
Hooked on a feeling. Dun, 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 dun.
This is literally it, though.
So the griffin would be vibing with me. So if we're judging by the TikTok, that's what we want.
You're in love with me. Alright, what would you like to use your action on?
dash because I feel like it might wake the thing up. Although you said the wind's really loud, right?
The wind is incredibly loud in here.
Okay, then I'll dash to Jasper and
Yeah, you make it down. Disadvantage. The griffin stirs once more. One kind of stretched out clawed appendage stretches like a cat for a moment. There's a large yawn before it nestles back into sleep. Rolled an 11 on perception.
and then when I get to them, I'm just gonna say, they're basically here.
After Freddy, that's gonna be Rornak. And I wrote it in bold letters this time.
Thank you. Hearing that and all of these, all of the different angles coming at here, yeah, I think Rornak would say, I think we have to push for Thalias's room. We can't risk trying to fight in that room here with them and the Griffin. And I think before starting to head back, he'll just kind of he will also just quickly ask Ovan, "Are you coming?" As he starts to head back to the room, and I guess we're gonna see if I can find where that door is. Oh no, this is all bad.
Make me an investigation check.
Will do. And I am going to roll that with the Johnnies, actually. Gonna use the
With the
bardic
John Bonds.
Mm-hmm. Roll the d6 with it. Not great still, though. That's only an 8.
An 8.
Yeah, that's an 8.
Looking around, you see that the entrance Ovan spoke of is not hidden. It is directly next to the Griffin. That the straws of its bedding sprawl out and lay in front of that door. You will have to walk directly next to the Griffin to get up into that tunnel.
I mean, fuck. I guess we're gonna have to try and stealth it.
Are you going to attempt to sneak by the Griffin?
I will. Yeah. There's no good option here, but I will attempt it.
Roll me a stealth check.
I should have opened up the Griffin.
That is a 16.
A 16. Let's see if it notices you. It's going to roll with disadvantage because of the wind in here. That's a 1 and a 3.
Oh!
You do indeed. You are able to get past the Griffin. That'll use up your movements if you are going to try to sneak by the Griffin. You get right into kind of the entrance of the tunnel past the Griffin. This one is much more narrow. Only about one person could probably get through. You see it begins to lead up, and there is a ladder ascending directly up.
Gotcha. I don't know if I have any movement speed left. Do I? Or not?
Not at this point.
Okay.
But you have successfully snuck by the Griffin.
God. I've never been so just fucking on edge on something like that. Ugh.
Well, have you ever had a sneak by a sleeping Griffin? That's the first time.
No.
All right, after Rornak. There is crossbow bolts. Okay. Another strike. And then it is Jove.
Gotcha. Did Ovan like follow Rory, or is he just like?
He has not moved yet. His turn of initiative, he is last. If that helps.
Gotcha. Certainly. Fuck. Yeah. Did he get a? Does Jove have a read of? I know you said there was a couple of people looked like they were sleeping. Jove is pretty keen on faces and stuff. Does he recognize the form of anybody that was like up?
Roll me
in the
insight.
house? Not super good. Yeah, it's an 8.
An 8? You're not sure. One appears to be a young male, the other one a young female. You can't get a good look at their faces. However, they have not stirred once. They've been completely still. They both seem slumped over.
Okay.
A bit of bile and decay kind of rings out from their cages.
When I'm looking at that griffin, because I mean, I watched Rornak go and get into the small cave. Does Jove think that griffin can fit into that cave?
That cave? No, definitely not.
Well, that's something. Okay. Well, he saw that and was like, "What the fuck is going on?" That table that Rory swiped the health potion, is that the kind of like in the middle of the 13 area?
Yeah. There's a number of tables all through there. This place is filled with just kind of alchemical beakers and tubes.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a full workshop down here.
All right. Well, then he is going to look at his party. That's a little further down there, and I guess this is the move: is to go across the griffin. So Jove will do such things. I don't know. Actually, I don't think he's got enough movement to even. Let me check. So 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah. So he can get like. Let's see. Double checking. Yeah, he can get like 15 feet away from the entrance, so he'll just very quietly line himself up with the tunnel opening. So if he really, really, really had to, he could just like sprint in there. But that's where he's at. He can't make it unless he literally dashed, and I don't think that's probably a good idea for sneakiness.
Roll me a D8 and a stealth check.
A D8, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so rolling the D8 first. The D8 is a 5. And then the stealth check, which I roll with disadvantage because I have scale now. Well, I rolled a crit fail, but, being a halfling. Let's see here. All right, so that only got me to a 9.
Jove, you look over at that table and you see a bottle with a stopper on it. There's like a small cloud inside of it, a dark kind of purple-ish color. You sneak over to that table, seeing this kind of bottle, distracting you for just the moment as your armor kind of clinks together. The griffin's head rises and scans the room. You keep low, hoping the table will provide you some cover. Its eyes scan into the darkness. Could you roll me a stealth check for Aquila?
I can. Is she sneaky? She is. Let's see. She's sneaky adjacent. That is for a 12.
A 12. The eyes scan past missing Aquila until they turn and lay their eyes upon you. There's that tense moment as its eyes widen. Not the eyes of a lion, but that of a hawk's. peering in at you. There's the sounding of crossbow bolts echoing out through the tunnel, drowned out by the sound of the wind. As you see part of the griffin's head cocked to the side. It is now Jasper's turn.
I think she makes her way to the central chamber to see this, like, stare down between these two. And, yeah, I mean, notices that the griffin doesn't just go into attack mode. Oh, yeah. She is not the person for this. Oh my god. I legit don't know what to do.
As you enter the room, Jasper, go ahead. How about you roll me a stealth check?
Sure. That's a 18.
18. Yeah, the griffin continues to stare directly at Jove, seemingly not noticing you.
If it doesn't notice her, can she get to the wall that's near it and
Murder it?
scale it? And like basically, can she get within melee range and prepare like a melee attack in case it attacks? Kind of from above or from the wall.
Roll me a second stealth check.
Okay.
It's not a matter of mobility at this point.
15.
You position yourself right above the griffin, getting up between like the shoulder blades, the bit of like wings, powerful but folded right now. Its long, lion-like body, feathered and furred, still curled up. It's focusing on Jove as you get your axe up in a position ready to strike. And as you pull your axe up, you see its head spin all the way around like an owl's and lock eyes on you.
Jesus.
As it rolls 17-17 on perception.
God damn it.
Oh.
Its whole head turns around and sees you with an axe raised. The glint of black onyx shining in kind of the alchemical lights of this room. It lets out this piercing, shrieking noise that echoes through, mixing in with the howling of the wind. Jasper, you still have your action.
Yeah. She's... Ugh. Yeah, I mean, she's gonna attack it, I guess.
Go ahead and make a strike against the griffin.
18.
18 does hit.
I imagine there's no sort of advantage on that.
Not on this one, but you do indeed roll damage.
9 slashing.
9 slashing. Yeah, you cut into this griffin, slicing down and cutting into the top part of the wing. It lets out that same roar/shriek as the wings shoot out and it begins to lift itself off of its straw mat. Its large, powerful body tensing, both feline predator and avian predator all at once. That's Jasper's turn. Let's roll some attacks on some doors.
I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know what to do either. Fuck.
Okay. Those attacks go off. Back to the top with Freddy. Actually, it's Ovan. Ovan will make his way to that corner, see this whole thing going on, is going to take his action to dodge. He's going to be right at that kind of corner spot, right as you go from the cages around. He's going to make his way there. See this going on, see you strike that griffin, take the dodge action. Now it is Freddy's turn.
Do something similar. I'm gonna go into the room and make my way towards the tunnel and use my action to cast a spell. To cast Firebolt.
Go ahead, let's see it.
Is it laying on hay?
It is currently standing up, so you would just roll. Jasper's next to it, so you would just roll normal, not a disadvantage.
Stitch Fix.
I'm just wondering if I can light whatever it's standing or laying on fire is what I'm...
Go ahead and make an attack against the straw. Oh, let's change.
17.
A 17. Go ahead and roll fire damage.
7 fire damage on the straw.
7 fire damage. The straw lights up. With 7 fire damage, we'll say the straw is now on fire. The griffin will take fire damage at the start of its turn. As the straw mat that it was recently laying on is now erupted into flame. All right. And then Freddy, where are you located?
Wherever I could get to. My position wasn't really set from the last time I moved because it kind of just said that I got to Jasper. I dashed to get to Jasper and
So you could make yourself all the way, since you've also got 30 feet of movement. If you're coming back out from where the cages are at, you could make it next to Ovan if you'd like.
Yeah.
Perfect. Ovan and Freddy around this corner. Then we'll switch on over to Rornak. Rornak, you make it into the tunnel, and then followed by the sound of slashing and a griffin's cry.
Hearing that, yeah, Rornak can't just keep going in good faith, and he'll turn back down the hall or down the tunnel, with where like Jasper is. Like, am I kind of like stuck in the tunnel, or like, because I know it's pretty narrow. Like,
You could come back out of the tunnel, right next to that griffin. You can immediately see outside of the tunnel because you're about 5-10 feet in. The straw mat has been set ablaze. So you may certainly exit back out of the tunnel, but be right in front of that griffin. There's no way getting around that one. You could either go up the ladder away from the battle, but if you're going back in, you're going to have to go by that griffin.
If I... okay. If I did come back out, would they be able to actually get around me if I, like, position myself in a way where they could, or no?
Yeah, you could get around and go around the sides of the griffin and move out of the way of the tunnel, and other people could run by you. Sure.
Yeah. Rornak will do just that, and make an attack here on the griffin.
Go for it.
Go for
You
strike.
still have Bardic Inspiration, by the way.
No, I rolled that on the Johnny already.
Oh, did you?
Yes,
I did.
for the I believe that was the religion check.
No, it was it was investigation to try and
Yes.
find the door.
You find that
That's
minor
what-
healing potion.
Oh,
Yes.
Did you roll it with advantage?
I did. I rolled it with the Johnny. I added the 6. Or
No,
or
but
is it rolled?
you get to roll with advantage when you use my Bardic Inspiration that way.
I did not know that, but it's a little late now. But
Yeah.
now I do. Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Also, I rolled 11 to hit.
An 11 to hit the griffin. An 11. Ooh, where's my griffin go? An 11 does not hit.
Dang.
You go to make a strike against it, and its wings unfurl out, kind of swatting you away from it as this fire takes its straw mat.
Gotcha. Rornak will. I'll burn a key point to use patient defense, and he'll say, "There's a ladder at the end of the tunnel. You can try and make your way through, and I'll keep this thing busy right now."
Okie dokie. After Rornak. 1 is an attack on the door. Oh, another hit on the door. Takes us to 80. And then it is the griffin's turn. The griffin is going to make a beak attack on you, Rornak. I believe that's what this.
Fire damage.
It does indeed.
Yes, and
Let's
yes, that
roll.
is with disadvantage.
It's going to take 9 points of fire damage.
Nice.
It rolls a disadvantage. That's going to be... Okay, that's a 16. And a 2. So that's going to miss you. It is then going to leap into the air to get away from this fire and bring itself to eye level with you, Jasper, and make a claw attack. Jove, can I have you make you a dexterity saving throw?
Certainly.
Jasper, that's going to be a 15 to hit.
She'll raise her shield and block out.
You feel the full arm of this creature. You can feel that if your slippers of spider climbing weren't laced so tightly, it might have been able to knock you out of your slippers, literally. But you're able to get
That
your
would have been
shield up.
embarrassing.
Shit. How do I get him back? I got a 13 for the...
A 13. Yeah, you move out of the way as the table that you're by shakes and one of these bottles falls from it. It doesn't land on you. Let's find out which one does. Ooh, okay. It drops a vial, and a kind of sweet red-looking liquid shatters by you, spilling a bit on your shoes. It smells wonderful. That's going to
Nice.
be the griffin's turn. It is then Jove.
So was the purple swirling one still in, with the stopper still on the table?
Indeed it is.
Jove will swipe that up, and then he is going to make a beeline for the hidey hole.
Absolutely. So it moves up 5 feet. If I would get out of the fire, and you're only 5 feet tall, yeah, you could dunk and get into the hallway.
So Jove will do such things. He will then, since he's a small creature, I mean, I know I can pass through other people's spaces. Does it work the opposite way? If I'm in that space, can people pass through me?
As long as you let them, they have the movement speed for it.
Yeah, I mean, logically. Okay, so then he will be right at the hole. He's gonna have his spear ready, Yeah, so he's gonna go ahead and use his action to hold an action for a spear attack if the griffin comes and tries to get him, and then he's going to have Aquila dart across, and she is just going to take the dodge action behind him.
Okie dokie. That's Jove and Aquila's turn. That's make 2 more strikes. All right. Takes us to 90. And then it's Jasper's turn.
All right. Well, she's gonna make another axe attack against this thing.
Go for it. You may do so. You're not flanking this creature, but it will count as sneak attack.
Dope. Nice. 25 to hit.
25 will hit.
Jesus Christ, Jasper. 9 magical slashing.
Gosh, you cut into it again with your axe. Another strike this time against its chest as it rears up, flying just ever so slightly out off the ground away from these flames. But for where you're standing, it's strange because since you're standing on the wall, you have to actually like look up at it, even though it's facing you like normally. It's a strange vertical vantage point.
Yeah, and this is tough. Yeah, I think she's just gonna utilize mobile to get into the tunnel.
Yeah, you could make your way into the tunnel, down it, and about 20 feet up the ladder.
I think she's gonna go further than the other two, but I don't know that she's gonna escape up the ladder.
Okay, with Jove, Aquila, and Jasper in the tunnel. Well, then...
Yeah.
All right. Then... there's a large echoing noise. But go ahead and roll perception with disadvantage.
Passive 12.
11.
11, 12. Can I get Freddie and Joe, please?
20, 21.
All
right.
right, got 21.
All right, Jove and Freddie, you hear the sounds of a large door breaking and striking the ground. With those good perception checks, you can hear that your enemies have now broken through into the garden shed. It is now Ovan's turn. He is going to use his movement to duck by and try to... yeah, he'll use his action dash and get all the way to the bottom of the ladder and sneak into the tunnel. Since that griffin is right there, you can avoid taking an attack of opportunity. Boy, that felt like the move at the time. After Ovan, it is Fredwards.
I make my way to the hole to go towards the ladder.
Absolutely. With your movement, you can get to the ladder. If you dash, you can begin making your way up it.
I do that.
Absolutely. You get 30 feet up. You can see there's about 10 feet more before you reach the top of this ladder. As you're climbing it, though, you see that at about the 30-foot mark and at the 40-foot mark, there are two areas to exit from. seem to be small little alcoves you can step off of the ladder to. One at about 30 feet and another one at the very top at 40 feet.
Are they lit up in any way?
You can see that the top one, there's some light streaming in from probably a crack underneath whatever is blocking the front of this one. From the bottom one, the one that you're at, since it's at 30 feet, there doesn't appear to be any lights on there.
Okay. I already used my action to dash, so I can't light anything up this turn, but noted.
Noted. It is then that individual will make their way into the tunnel. Dexterity saving throw.
Haha, eat shit.
He does indeed eat shit. It's 2d10.
Ew.
Yeah, it's still got some
Nasty,
halfling blood
nasty.
on that.
Yeah, does it get poisoned by halfling blood? We need to know if it's legit.
Seriously. That stout blood's something different.
That's for 7 points of piercing damage. Added to his already 9. 16 altogether. Ooh, bloodied. That individual rushes in and falls into the spike pit. It is then the Griffin's turn.
Takes fire damage.
It flew off of it.
Oh, okay.
Did fly up. It's going to fly. It doesn't like either of those things. So, it's going to fly down in between where Jove and Rornak are at. It's going to make a beak attack against Rornak.
I had my held action, so can I get
You
him
may
with that?
indeed.
Nice. That is a 25.
That'll hit. Go ahead and do damage.
I'm going to have Aquila use her reaction to add that D6 Latin.
Yeah. She could definitely do that.
Jesus. Okay, I'll use Piercer to re-roll one of them. Yeah, so 1 to a 6. You gotta love it. Okay, so that is going to be 4, 10 piercing, and 1 lightning.
Yeah, you pierce into this right as Rornak does a 19 do.
Is this still with disadvantage, or?
Because of patient defense, has that?
Ooh,
Yeah.
yes, this would.
I haven't taken an action yet, so.
Yes, absolutely. That would be a disadvantage. So, good call. That's better. Still 19.
19. It would hit. Rornak is going to use his reaction to use Get Psionics to cast Shield.
Cast Alex, get shield. You got it. It didn't like that once, so it's gonna try twice, but with your psionics, yep, that's gonna block the claws, which then leads us to you, Rornak.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Alrighty,
it
so-
swipes out with beak and with claws, this powerful creature, and both beak and claw meet and should pierce right through Rornak, but there is less of this shimmer in the air, more of like a hardening of the skin. A rockiness covers you this time, Rornak, and prevents it from piercing deeper into your flesh.
And I feel like Jove totally clocks that.
Oh, for sure.
Alrighty. So just to kind of paint the picture here better for me, the Griffin, is it actually in the tunnel right now, or is it like still in like the main cave, but like flying, or where exactly is it located?
The Griffin at this current juncture is on the ground in front of the cave. So there's like Jove who's standing there, then there's the Griffin, and then you're on the other side of it. And then in that corner spot in between like where you and Jove could make eye contact with is a burning pile of straw.
Gotcha.
Which, actually, speaking of which... Yeah, 2 6s will do. The table and some of the plants begin to catch a light and begin to burn in smoke. Rornak, can I have you make me a Constitution saving throw?
Oh no. Alright. Oh no, that's a 6.
Rornak, you have advantage on dexterity saving throws. Roll me a d4.
Oh, you said roll a d4, you said?
Uh-huh.
D4, okay. That's a 2.
You gain 2 temporary hit points as a wave of euphoria and focus. Your body feels lighter, faster. Your senses feel like they speed up as you have just inhaled some silkroot smoke.
Oh no.
I can't believe you do drugs at this critical
I
juncture.
know. That's Freddy's thing, okay?
Okay, have you ever played fucking New Vegas? This is exactly the time to take Jedek right now, okay, bro? Like, this spin's moving in slow-mo in my vision.
All right. Rornak.
Novus,
Well,
Rory's now in the scene from Far Cry 3 when you're busting the drug.
Oh, yeah. Flamethrower to the fucking weed crops.
Yeah.
Well, with this griffin in my way, I don't have much of a choice here, so we're taking an attack on this thing, man. This thing needs to move.
Go ahead and attack.
That time for a 14.
A 14 does hit.
Alright, gonna get a 2-hand stab here with the spear for max damage at 13 piercing.
Sure.
Then, oh man,
Do you go for the second strike?
I know that's what I'm asking myself right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the second strike.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, 20. Let's go.
Nice.
No.
Let's fucking.
That's not a ton of damage because I don't get to add the modifier, but still.
You do
I'll
get to
take-
add the modifier. Because you use unarmed
Or-
fighting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, absolutely. You get to add that's the whole thing with monks. If you are a regular two-handed character, you'd need to take the dual weapon fighting, but because you are a monk and you use your unarmed fighting, you get to add that when you make those strikes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why unarmed fighting is baller. Because all of
I-
your stuff gets dexterity, your dexterity mod.
Nice, nice. The way I guess I had not read it that way on specifically like the bonus attack unarmed strike, but I will add it going forward. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I've also read that, and the way I'm interpreting that is that's why monks, their bonus action to make another strike is so good, is because why would you not get the dexterity mod to that one? Like, I don't know. For if a rogue needs to take a fighting style to get that one, that's why monks get to do that with unarmed.
Dope. Well, dope. Well, thank you. I will definitely add that here. So, adding that together and rolling damage, that's going to be another 10 bludgeoning.
As time seems to slow down, how do you want to do this, Rornak?
Oh my fucking god. He is going, as time seems to like slow down, it's like he can just like almost perfectly see it. And it's like, not only does he just completely lodge the spear in, to the point where he almost can't pull it out at first, and he just follows it up with like almost like a complete backflip, like axe kick, essentially. Just completely, just like feeling himself flow in a way that he normally can't. He moves at almost like an impossible speed to do this like crazed motion where it's like he stabs in, and like instead of like the normal pole vault with like the flexion that he would normally get, he almost uses it and it stays in place in the griffin to like elevate him as he like runs up and just kicks it straight in the face as he does a backflip.
As that last bit of rocky exterior begins to break and fall away from your body, Rornak, the last bit hardens on your leg, and as you drop down that kick, you hear the snapping, and then the complete relaxation of this whole creature as it falls. The nervous system severed, the bone broken, the heart pierced. You all watch as Rornak, like this griffin, like jumps into the air, is like clawing, like pecking, like just absolutely destroying this area. The straw from the mat lit in flames spreading over to the silk root grown down here. The alchemical table starting to catch fire, and small little beginning to release into the air. There's a cloud of smoke that passes over Rornak as he breathes in, and you just see with lightning speed, moving faster than you've ever seen him move before. There is a wildness and a heaviness in his movements that betrays how lithe he usually is, as with these heavy kicks and spear points, he drops this griffin in front of you all. The space is now open, Rornak.
Awesome. Rornak will use his free action to dislodge the spear from the from the griffin, and just say, "We need to move now." As he will make his way down to the ladder, and I don't know how far up everyone is, but he'll move up as much as he can before he bumps into the next person in front.
Yeah, you could get right with your movement. You get about 20 feet up the ladder.
Perfect. That's the move.
Yeah, Freddy's about 10 feet above you, and then it takes us to Jasper.
Yeah, Jasper's going to, like, run up the wall alongside the ladder and get up to that first alcove and take a look around and see what's going on there.
Perception check.
My specialty. 15.
15. You see that they're in that spot. That would take us up to... That's going to be... yes. That room. You see, you feel up against it and you feel the backside of a bookcase. You can hear the thudding of people moving and running about 10 feet above you. Roll me an insight check.
Okay. Zero?
You need to push this bookcase out of the way.
Super, she does.
Absolutely. You push and this bookcase slides over, and you find yourself, if we refer back to the first map, in room number 5, the library. And as you open up that bookcase, you can see that the lights in here have been diminished. You see a disheveled pile of scrolls and books that have all been thrown to the side haphazardly. There doesn't appear to be anybody in this room.
Okay. With that, she then realizes that we're probably aiming for the second floor. So she will stay there for now because I imagine that used her action to do that.
That would have used your action.
Okay. Do I have any movement left?
You would have... Let's see, because you moved 10, then up 30. That would have used up your movement to get all the way up there. Bypassing your party members on the ladder.
Yeah, she'll stay there for now.
Absolutely, good turn. That's Jasper. The other individuals begin flooding down into there. The fire begins to continue on. We go to Freddy.
Or Jove?
Sorry, Jove? Did I lose you, Jove? My bad.
What's his face is at the end as well.
My bad, Jove. I didn't mean to skip you. Jove, go ahead.
No, you're all good. Yes, so he is at the mouth of the cave. We have everybody accounted for in the hole. So what he is going to do is he'll reach into his pouch, into his bag. He'll get that flask of oil that he has for his lamp. He's going to kind of douse the area in front of him, and then he'll throw the rest of it into the fire with the goal of bringing that fire and closing off the door as best as possible. And then he's going to turn tail, and if that didn't use his action, he will definitely take the dash action. If not, or if it did, he will just waddle his 25 feet down.
Yeah, you get to the ladder and make yourself about 10 feet up. It was an action to empty your oil lantern out and throw the rest of your... did you throw that vial as well?
I didn't throw the vial. No, I just have a flask of oil to fill up my lantern. So I just did that flask.
Yeah, you'll use your action and you pour out the flask, hitting multiple tables, getting up along the walls, and you see this entire area light up in fire. The smoke begins pouring out. Joe, could I have you make me a Constitution saving throw? As this room is now filled with smoke.
Oh, that's an 11 there, Captain.
An 11.
And really, yeah. So
Jove, you have advantage on dexterity saving throws. Roll me a d4.
That's a 1.
A 1, you gain 1 temporary hit point. As you throw out this flask and this kind of... There's not enough time for you to hold your breath as you catch some of this smoke, and as you exhale... almost like when you breathe out through your pipe of smoke monsters, you let this kind of big exhale out, and time begins to slow. You see the individual wisps of smoke begin drifting and blowing through the rest of this cavern. You can hear the sounds of people running down that tunnel, the cries of somebody trying to unpierce themselves from that spike trap. As you turn back around, a certain amount of euphoria washing over you as you light this place aflame. As you begin to head up the ladder, Oban will use his turn to take the dodge action, and we'll wait for the rest of you guys to climb up the ladder before following suit. Now back to the top. We're gonna take real quick. I did just say Oban's turn. He's taking his action to dodge and waiting at the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah, sorry.
Everybody, go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. I need to pee, and then we will continue up this ladder. I'm going to leave the sound music and your guys' voices on, though.
Okay.
Well, I guess we don't really have to worry about the people coming from behind us if they're on fire.
Yeah, we bought a little bit of time with that. So, good thinking actually with
The
attacking.
straw.
Yeah, the straw. That could have been rough if we were climbing up and people were still firing or casting
Firing
spells.
firing crossbow bolts straight up at us.
Yeah, I was worried too that the Griffin might even be able to fly up and attack someone. I was like, oh, this is just bad right now. Yeah, I know I kind of pushed us a bit into that, but I also just did not know what to do at that spot. So, thankfully we're moving still right now. Knocking on wood.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink myself. Okay.
The DM has returned.
I am here with you as well.
All right. right, Jove. You lit the drugs on fire. You're gonna get god high.
I know. I was gonna say Jove ain't used to that indo. You know, he's used to that outdo fucking halfling pipe weed. This shit's the strong stuff.
Yeah, this shit is rocking your day. You're like in that, you know, when you get really high and you can feel your heartbeat beat through your chest. You're just like counting out the individual breaths.
It's like reality is like an old school film movie, right? Where there's the projector's not right and you're starting to see the slides in between. What the fuck?
What's happening, man?
Things got real slow.
I like you. You're crazy, but I like you. As we end, let's switch the music as we return back to the compound. A sleeping griffin. Didn't think you'd see that, did you?
No.
No, definitely didn't think we were gonna down that thing. So, go team.
I was hoping it was gonna have like a thorn in its foot or something and be like, "Hey, buddy, I'll help you."
No,
I'm
this
really
thing is well
sorry
taken care of.
ruining that for you.
No.
Yeah.
Jasper's going for the guillotine.
Yeah, I just with the pressure of the enemies coming, I didn't want this awkward situation where we like defend the griffin only for them to ruin it like
You're
a
right.
second later.
Yeah, no, I was totally on feeling that too, so I did not even want to risk trying to fight all those others
Right.
with the griffin there.
And Jove's just gonna have to put out of his mind the fact that, oh shit, there were still a couple of people in those bars, in those cells down there. Hopefully they'll just hear really high, and that's it.
I'm gonna re-upload those, the first and second
No one
floor.
said we're the good guys per se. You know?
It's fucking Mole Master. Like we're doing the best we can with what we got. All right.
Seriously.
I saved one of them. I did not know the place would be on fire, but also it ended up kind of benefiting us too, in a way.
No, I mean, which totally makes sense. It's like big animal. You light some fire, they get a little flustered, and bing, bang, boom. Honestly, having him get off of that fucking little mat there was very beneficial for all of us.
Yeah.
It's a good move, Freddy.
This whole encounter is fantastic in that it is playing out so wild, you know?
Yeah.
And
The
we
thing that
have
I
like
that I'm
Sure
really
fuck.
impressed with is
Yeah.
like how we have to stay on the move because we're never in a good situation.
yeah, we're constantly in initiative, so like we have to like we just have to make a decision and just do it at the moment, basically, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And this is why I love this game. So, I believe we're all back. I will
I
begin
believe so, yeah.
at the top of initiative with Freddy. You've just watched your sister open this bookcase into the library on the first floor. Room number 5, for all of us wanting to know. 10 feet above you, there is another kind of alcove with the light that is shining in through there. What would you like to do?
Is this still like a dug dirt tunnel that we're climbing up through?
This appears more to be like a modified chimney. Like perhaps
Okay,
this
so it's like
once...
brickwork.
Yes, that this once was a large chimney that has been excavated and dug down into.
Then I'm just gonna cast light on my cloak medallion.
And you can see into that library a number of
Well, I'm
scrolls
still
and
on the ladder.
books.
I want to look into the little alcoves.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking into the alcoves, you can see now that you have light and everything up this one. Go ahead and roll me perception.
God damn. Passive 11.
Passive 11. Yeah, you can see that they're modified chimneys. Each alcove is nothing more than just a platform for individuals to step into this ladder and then take it down into the cavern. And since you have been through the house, even without Ovan's heads up, you know that the next alcove should lead directly into Thylius's room, behind that bookcase where you guys had your conversation earlier today.
Is that in the library?
That is a floor directly above Thylius's room, and right in that corner spot. Now that you're here, you've seen out towards the library, you've got the light here, just thinking about it in your time here, you're very confident that this should lead up into Thylius's room.
Okay.
What would you like to do with the rest of your movement?
I go up to Jasper's up in the next room, right?
Jasper is currently at the 30 foot, the one right by the library. There's still 10 feet up for you to go to the next one.
Oh, okay, I was kind of confused. So the 30-foot alcove is what leads to the library?
Yes, and the 40-foot one, 10 feet higher, leads into Thylius's room. And then this tunnel goes about 20 feet below the house into this cavern.
Okay. Then I will end my light spell and go up to the 40-foot. And can I just do a perception here too, just like a cursory without light?
Sure, yeah. Go ahead.
It's a 13.
13. You can see somebody's shadow underneath, standing directly on the other side of this bookcase.
Okay. I'm going to slowly climb back down to the 30 and hop off, and just kind of let everybody else that is more suited for a fight go before me.
Absolutely. After Freddy is Rornak. Is Rornak.
Is Rornak?
Is Rornak?
Sorry, y'all. I had my mic turned up, so it was not actually having my voice go through. Sorry about that. Anyways, so the they just went in basically the first one that you could go in, right? They didn't climb like all the way up to the top of the ladder. It was like the first.
I went to the top, saw what I saw, and then went back down to the first one.
Yes, so Jasper and Freddy are at the first alcove. There is another one above them.
Okay. Seeing that they're at the first alcove, Ronak kind of wants to stick together a little bit, so he will go ahead and jump off at the first one. I believe you said going through the alcove, you would end up in number 5 on that first map, correct?
Yes, the library, which you guys passed through on your way to the training room this afternoon.
Rornak will... Rornak... Yeah, we'll jump off there and kind of grab the spear again, just kind of holding an action in case anyone does come into the library to throw the spear, and we'll just kind of ask, just, what do you think? Should we keep heading through here, or should one of us head up the ladder some more? And that'll be all for him for now.
Absolutely. That individual gets out of the spike pits. The griffin is dead, which then leads us to Jove.
Yes. Jove is gonna start climbing because I believe he got to the base of the ladder beforehand. So he's gonna go as high as he can.
25 feet, unless you have your action to dash, and then you can get all the way to the top.
He'll go ahead and do that. He'll dash all the way to the top and say, and well, he's not even gonna really say anything. He's just gonna pass everybody by and just give a good old halfling grunt, and head to the tippy top.
Gotcha. You get there with your passive 17. You can see that somebody's indeed standing on the other side of this kind of bookcase. You can see a little bit of light underneath being blocked by whoever's standing there waiting.
Well, now I will wait.
Okie dokie. Then...
Oh, and I will just say, I think I'm going to look down at Aquila and be like, ladders? Really? I don't... So he... Unless, like... I guess Jove is going to be like, well, you want to give it a go? And he's going to let Aquila try and climb the ladder herself if she feels like she can do it.
Aquila accepts all challenges. Go ahead and roll strength. Athletics check for Aquila.
Gotcha. She's damn strong, so... Oh, that's only a 8. 7.
She's able to get half her movement speed up there. It's not very fast going, as she has to, like, beaver climb this thing and use her teeth to, like, hold and, like, get her arms up there. It's not very fast, but she's able to get 20 feet up.
Beautiful. Then I guess
Show you who cannot climb ladders.
I'll just say that, she uses her I'll do the whole bonus action thing to give her the ability to dash if she can get up to at least like that 30-foot on alcove, so she can like not be hanging.
Give me another athletics check.
Or I mean, she'll get as high as she can. That second athletics check. God damn it. Aquila, you're not a halfling. You're not allowed to get a crit fail. She crit failed.
She goes up for that next alcove and tries to make like a hop from it, but she does not make it all the way, and Aquila does fall the 30 feet down. Aquila takes 8 points of falling damage. However, have Aquila make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 6 Constitution is a 12.
A 12. Aquila now has advantage on dexterity saving throws, and roll a d4.
3.
3 temporary hit points as she hits the bottom as the smoke is beginning to pour and start to shoot up this kind of tunnel. With her short stature, she lands on her back and as she does, breathes in the smoke. She is also currently under the effects of Silk Root.
Lovely. That's our turn.
All right. It's Aquila and Jove's turn. Let's see. Rornak, what's your passive perception?
It's 12.
12. You just barely spot someone peering around the corner into the library. Looking at you. You do have a held action. Would you like to do anything? Or leave me into silence and suspense?
I think I rolled on it, and Rornak's a little on edge. He's gonna throw the spear.
Go for it.
That's an 18.
That'll hit.
Okay. And that is only one-handed. So that'll be 9 piercing.
You drop this individual.
Oh my god.
Straight into their chest. There's a the sound of a body hitting the floor, and Rornak's spear sticking from the chest. That's their turn. Okay. They're gonna hold their action. You hear the sounds, those of you with a passive perception of 10 or higher, From below, the sounds of an individual yelling, the sounds of large avian creatures encountering the burning smoke and chaos that is building up beneath the complex. So they run into that fire. Not good for them. Let's get some Constitution saving throws. Okay.
Feels like they're inhaling Ronin chili oil.
Ronan Chilion. So let's make some. They get that. They get that. All right. That takes us to Jasper.
She looks at Freddy, like, expecting him to, like, answer Rory's question.
You see Rory sneak out the side and throw his spear straight into darkness. There's a loud squelching noise and the sound of a body thud, hit the ground immediately.
The question was about, like, going forward, right?
Yeah, I asked if we should go forward here or if we should climb up the ladder more.
I mean, I guess
And then I sniped a person.
I guess I can respond to that now. I was just gonna wait until my turn, but I guess it makes sense to respond now. There's someone. I'm whispering. It's just I don't like whispering with this accent. It's weird. There's somebody up there at the end. There's a bookcase in the way. It looks like someone's on the other side of it. But it would be a possible sneak attack option. It's always better to go in from a bookcase than a door, as they always say.
Adding that to Master sayings.
Yep.
Better to
in
go through a
which case-
bookcase than a door.
This one's not about being a green thumb though. So
That's true.
Jasper will say, how about the three of you go that way, and I'll go up the outside through the window to distract. And she doesn't wait for an answer because she doesn't have time to. So she's going to go out into the library. Does she see the person who got sniped?
Yes. Yes, you do.
Does this person seem familiar?
Roll me insight.
Okay.
I feel like that answers enough of your question.
That was cocked.
Not that one particular person.
It's 2.
Sorry.
Shut up.
You do not know who this person is. However, they are a young human male.
Okay, then I don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's not that one particular person.
Right. If it's a man, I don't care. She is going to. Is there a window on the south side of this room?
Yes, there are a number of windows that go out through pretty much every single wall of this one. And it's very, open, lots of windows.
Yeah, she's gonna. Actually, that seems riskier than necessary. She's just gonna go through the doors, out the front door. And, she'll start scaling the wall to get to the window of the room above.
You do. We'll pull up our second floor map. You go up the walls on our second floor map would be number 9. Give me a perception check as you hit those windows.
All the things I'm good at. Hey, catchphrase.
You see inside what appears to be a dormitory of sorts. Couple of bunk beds, some chests. The lights do not appear to be on, and there doesn't appear to be anybody in this room, number 9.
Okay. Interesting. Oh, I think I understand now. She will use her dash action to kind of go around the corner of the building to the next like adjacent room.
Yeah, you go around the right side. Give me another perception check.
13.
13. You appear into this room and you see one human male and what appears to be some like nice breastplate armor standing at kind of the door leading out to the hallway. Two young human females. One of them you do recognize is Letitia Goths, your step cousin, who are also armored up. And in the corner, standing right outside of the bookshelf, you see Thylius Karamitru, his hand raised, an almost visible torrent of wind held in the hand, holding it with his eyes fixated on the door.
She is going to, just hide there, waiting for her party to make their move.
Go ahead. You may use your bonus action to stealth. Roll me a stealth check.
That is a regular 20.
A regular 20. They do not appear to see you. The individuals inside fixated on the bookcase and the door. Weapons drawn and ready. Only Thylius, seemingly without a weapon. That's Jasper's turn. The rest of the individuals, Ovan will begin, will climb up the ladder and get onto that third floor and enter into the library. Take the dodge action and get out of that tunnel. The rest of those individuals begin to exit from the tunnel as they flee the smoke and fire. Back to the top with Freddy.
I'm going to hold my action to follow Rory and Jove up the ladder. So once they both go up, I'll follow behind.
Gotcha. I will then jump us on down to Rornak.
How far away was the person that I threw that spear at? Because Rornak might want to grab that real quick.
About 30 feet away.
30 feet?
Yeah, from you. Well, this would be 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, 25 feet away.
25. Rornak will move the 25 to grab the spear, and then from there, does he kind of notice the people that Jasper saw? Or really, I think the main thing is like if he sprinted, does he think that like someone would hear essentially?
Roll me an insight check.
Let's see. Crit fail.
You could totally make it there without anybody noting. You could make it up those stairs and be on the other side of the door before they even knew you were going to be there.
Yeah, Rornak will move the 25 to get the spear, and then he'll start heading back the way he came, and I'll even use sprint on the action to get onto the ladder and start making his way up.
Yeah,
Feeling confident about it, yeah.
Yep, you get to the top with your increased movement speed. Near right next to Jovoof, at the top of this kind of alcove.
Then I will follow behind.
Absolutely. You get up. It's pretty tight now with all three of you guys there, but you are all at the top of this alcove. All right, then individual gets out of there. I was gonna try to jump across that pit. Okay. It is then Jove's turn.
All right. So at that top one, where there's is it a straight up door, or is this also a bookcase?
This is also a bookcase.
Also a bookcase. Gotcha. Okay then. Was gonna do some thaumaturgy, but we won't do that.
What you doing, Jove?
This is a great question. Jove is going to kind of look to both Freddy and Rornak and say, make a little space just in case. And he is going to try and like get a little bit of as much of a runway as he can get, which is obviously not very much. And then, well, he's going to try, I guess, to push. Or fuck.
Yeah, make me an athletics check if you're trying to push the bookcase over.
I think that's the move. He's gonna go try and push the bookcase over.
Jove charges forward. Give me an athletics check.
Nice. That is for a 18, sir.
18. Yeah. I'm gonna have Thylius. Jasper, you watch as something strikes the bookcase and begins to fall forward. Thylius tries to jump back out of the way. No, he does not. As the bookcase topples forward, he's going to take 5 points of bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone. All right.
Beautiful.
This does open the bookcase. It falls forward. Thylius is knocked flat. Let's see. Let's roll. Maintains concentration, though. So Jove, as this bookcase falls forward and knocks Thylius flat, he throws his hands forward, and you see a gust of wind in the shape of a large bird rushes forward. Could I have Jove, Freddy, and Rornak all make me strength saving throws?
Ooh.
Wait, was he aiming at the bookcase or the doorway?
The doorway straight into it. As a large gust of wind buffets forward.
16.
16, that saves.
What kind of save?
21.
21, that saves. Freddy?
What kind of save?
Strength saving throw.
Strength save. Oh, thank God. Nat 20 for 19.
This avian gust of wind surges forward, leaping forth from Thylius's hands. However, you all brace against each other, and the three of you, like, Gon, Kiowa, and Hisoka style. With, like, yeah, dodgeball style with, like, Jove, and then Freddy, and then Rornak making the back as you all kind of catch each other and hold against this buffet of wind. Feeling, Rornak, just the edges of your heels begin to slip off towards the 40-foot fall behind you. Ooh.
They would have had us if Bungee Gum didn't have the properties of both.
Oh my God! I hate you. That's out of last.
+1. All right, that is Joe. That's your action to knock it down. You resist against it. You still have your movement.
Jove is going to get on in there, get into the room, and telepathically to Aquila say, "Sorry, friend, can't wait for you." And then he is going to use his second use. He's going to call forth Aquila again. Use that bonus action to summon her forth. Right on next to me. Was there anybody else in this room?
Yes, now that you have entered in, you kind of have to go on top of the bookcase as you enter into the room. You see two young human women in breastplates and a younger human male at the door. Each one of them carrying a weapon, what appears to be long, thin blades, rapiers of a sort. As their eyes all turn to you, fixated, all weapons drawn, armor on.
I'm gonna have Aquila pop in front of the ladies, and then can I have her like let out a little bit of a roar, maybe in an attempt to intimidate?
Go ahead and have Aquila roll intimidation.
Yes. 12.
12. Aquila lets out a roar, and as she does, they're going to use their held actions, and both of them are going to stab Aquila.
Fair enough. They will try.
They certainly will. A 15
Misses.
and a 23.
That one hits.
One of them, oh my god, minimum damage. One of them skewers Aquila for 2 points of piercing damage.
And she almost laughs. She kind of barks out a laugh at them.
Yes, you see there are two women. One kind of a light brown hair, the other one kind of a dark, almost coal brown, with kind of strong features.
And then Jove, having used his action, bonus action is going to kind of be back to back, I suppose, with Aquila in some way. He wants to train his focus on Thylius as he struggles to get up off his ass.
Yeah,
That
you run across the bookcase and jump next to Aquila, next to these two women. Thylius is currently pinned underneath the bookcase.
And that will be our collective turn.
All right, that dude. Oh, okay. Don't need to roll for him anymore. That is then going to be Thylius's turn, as strength isn't his strongest suit in this current moment. So he is going to use a bonus action, and he is going to Misty Step
Knew it.
out from underneath, his whole body turning into a gust of wind for just a moment as he condenses once more next to behind you, Jove. Oh, that hurt, you little halfling cunt! And he's going to make a series of unarmed strikes against you, Jove, with advantage. The first one, 19.
Well, that'll do.
The second one, 19.
That'll do.
Then, yeah, he'll hold off on that for the time being. That's going to be 2 strikes. The first one, 9 points of bludgeoning damage. The second one, 9 points of bludgeoning damage for 18 altogether.
Damn. Alrighty.
He gets up behind you with 2 almost clawed-like hands, drives his palms straight to the back of your head. 2 quick strikes. You feel the world blur behind you for a moment. Not quite the kick of a noble that you're used to. In fact, much worse. You would have preferred a kick. That's going to be Thylius' turn. And we're going to switch on down to... They begin making their way out from there. That's
They
round
were all
2.
between Jove and I?
Who?
Like everyone?
Don't you worry about who I'm making notes for.
Okay.
Yeah, not important for you at this moment. It is now your turn.
Okay.
Sorry, but
So,
different notes.
okay. So am I gonna need to smash this window to get through, or?
Fuck yeah, you're gonna need to smash through that window.
Alright. Let's do that.
Make me a attack against the window.
That's a 21 to hit.
You shatter this window with your axe, just... So in this, 6 seconds of movement, this bookcase falls forward, knocking Thylius. He summons a burst of wind-like energy. Your party resists against it as Aquila and Jove strode into the room. Thylius whisks himself onto his feet and begins striking Jove. And as you watch someone strike the back of Jove, you break through the window as it shatters open. All attention turns towards the window, even Thylius for the moment, as you step into the room.
Yeah, she's gonna run along the ceiling to get hopefully, if she can, flanking on Thylius, or at the very least just get in his range.
He's 5 foot. These rooms are 10 feet tall. Yeah, you could get above Thylius. You would definitely be within range, and so would Jove. It wouldn't quite be flanking, though.
Okay. Would any sort of movement have gotten me there?
Oh, you could definitely stay on the ground and
Okay.
get behind Thylius.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see this like large canopy bed, mahogany furniture, like lots of fabrics and silks kind of rustle through. You know, each of these windows has like big curtains by it, very airy and flowy in here. A desk that's been knocked to the side from that bookcase falling. Number of chairs.
She's going to bonus action to get her second action. I always forget what that's called. Action surge and roll an attack against him.
Go for it.
Regular 20 to hit.
A regular 20. That does hit.
Beautiful.
Go ahead and add a d6 to that as Aquila uses her reaction to hit that.
Nice.
Hit that.
Hit that? Can I hit that?
Can I hit
Hit
that?
that. I hit that.
God, my damage die are just not being my friends right now. So that's 10 slashing and 1 lightning.
Alright, gotcha. As you feel that acceleration from Aquila as you drive your shadow axe through parts of Thylius, cutting easily through the kind of blue, purple, and yellow cloths that he wears, and whoosh, cut through his finery.
Is she in the way of the party at all?
Not for them entering in, no.
Okay, then she'll stay there.
Absolutely. Then it is those thugs who are going to use their action to dash out of that burning, cavern. Then it is one of the nobles goes over to stab Jove. One of the women steps around the side to stab at you. Jasper, you know this is indeed Letitia Goss, who steps in to stab you after striking Thylius. And then the other one is going to make a stab at Aquila. So for Jove, it's a 16.
He has the shield there in place to knock it away.
Absolutely. For Aquila, 15.
Yeah, she bats it away with her beaver-like tail.
And then for Jasper, 24.
That'll do.
As you take, what again? Fucking noble women. 3 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
As Letitia drives forward in a very just classic, the basic rapier play that all noble children must have as valuable assets in the potential assassination targets. So nothing you've seen before, basics, but effective nonetheless. And from this kind of angle, just catches you in the top of the arm, sticks in about an inch or two in, and then pulls back out. That's their turn. Back to the top with Fredward.
Okay.
Ovan is going to continue. He's going to hide.
Yeah.
At the end of his turn, and with his 16 plus his dex, is hiding somewhere in the library.
I'm going to, from the dark behind where the bookshelf was, I'm just gonna play a really quick chord. I'm just like, show him how it's done, and send a Johnny over to Jasper. And then as I'm running out, let me say, you know the worst place to find a rogue? Incomplete. And then he strums down really hard. And then Thylius feels like as if he's at a concert, and he feels that subwoofer bass just right in the center of his chest is the origin of the spell Silence, as a 20-foot sphere around him is in complete silence.
Interesting. As that covers pretty much the whole room, as everybody has complete audio silence. Because it's a 20-foot cube, correct?
20-foot sphere, but yes.
Sphere. And based on Thylius?
Yeah, on his chest. Just in case he wanted to, cast any spells.
Yeah, that would remove the vocal components of it. The room goes complete silence. All cries and the sounds of burning buildings and plants all cease.
Lapis, you have a Johnny, and the room is silent.
And it is now Rornak's turn.
Alrighty then. I will go ahead and make my way to Thylius. And Rornak immediately goes to scold him and notices that he can't hear himself speaking. As
Yeah,
he
you
does.
start going, I'll tell you about the yellow breath. And it's just,
Yep. But his hands and all still move, so he is gonna go ahead and take an attack.
you don't need hands to punch somebody.
I mean, I do, but I don't need my voice at least.
That's what I meant. Whoops. -1 to the DM.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, actually, if someone catches hands without catching hands, then that's just JoJo. Actually, that's just the stand.
What's the attack?
It is an 18 to hit.
An 18, you go to strike, and as you do, Thylius contorts his body, flexing around the shoulder, and he's going to use his reaction to parry.
Oh.
You go for a solid strike, and in the silence, he turns around as you do, puts a hands up and stops you.
Gotcha. Well, we will try again with the bonus unarmed strike. Does not hit. That's a 9.
Yes, now he's ready for you and turns his attention as you try to put an almost Ip Man style series of blows, and he's able to put his hands up and stop you. Almost like Tai Chi, just redirecting your movements to the side, almost like you flow over him.
Alrighty. That's all for Rornak.
Then it is that dude, Jove.
Yeah, as he's doing that like Tai Chi shit, Joe
I feel
was
like that's how you say it, Joe.
he was really pissed with getting whacked in the head. So Jove is just going to take the side of his shield, and he is going to ram himself into the side of Thylius and take the attack action to shove him prone.
All right, that's a contested strength check.
Athletics. Yes, athletics.
It's only a 7.
And would you believe that I got a 19?
You tabletop that schmuck.
So boom, and then I'm gonna use my action, or my bonus action to allow Aquila to use her bite. So she is going to bite Thylius.
With advantage, because he's prone.
With advantage.
Nice.
Oh, so close to greatness. Well over 20.
That'll hit.
So that is going to be is for 4. Yes, 4 lightning as she lets some of that gross spittle fall on top of her, on top of Thylius with a nasty bite.
And with no noise, you just see his body convulse for a minute, like touching a live wire. All right. Anything else from you, Jove?
I think that will. Just checking one thing. Yes, that is me. Tis Jove.
Okie dokie. Let's see. Thylius maintains concentration. He does not. It's bad for him. Okie dokie. Then. Ooh, he's not liking you guys a bit. So you're right there. You're right there. You're right there. Okay. Yeah. Thylius is going to use half of his movement to stand up. And then it's silence. So that's unfortunate for a lot of reasons.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's not going to do. So he's instead going to make some attacks. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do a flurry of blows here. So let's do. Gets us 3. So 1, 2, 3. One against Aquila, one against Jove, once against Rornak. Against Jove, 19.
Hit.
Against Aquila, 17.
That will also hit.
Against Rornak, 7.
Does not hit.
Jove, you take 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Aquila takes 7. As he kind of spins off of the ground, a flurry of kind of kicks wrapping around each one of you, striking Aquila and Jove. Rornak, you see this coming. You're able to stick a leg up and meet the blow with kind of your hardened shin and stop it from connecting with you. That's Thylius' turn. That dude. Oh, yeah, no need to roll on that anymore. That's Dunsies. It is then. Some movement. That's third round. Jasper.
Alright. Yeah, I think she's gonna make another attack against Thylius.
Go for it.
I assume with flanking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not good. And also not good. Great. 11.
11. Yeah, he sees the attack coming, kind of spins away from it.
Bardic Inspiration. I guess
Oh,
11
shit,
is,
yeah.
11's a little low.
It is a little low.
Yeah, I'd say save it.
Use it.
I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
I'm gonna use it.
Okay.
Go for it. Roll your Bardic Inspiration.
That makes it a 14.
A 14 does not hit.
Damn it. Alright. Well, I tried.
It doesn't have to hit. Yeah, it doesn't have to hit for my thing to go off though.
So I need to make Constitution saving throw?
So any enemy within 5 feet of Jasper.
Okay.
Oh, no, within 5 feet of whoever she just targeted. If Thylius, I'm guessing.
Yes, and since he's currently surrounded by the entirety of your party, it's just him. He rolls a 2 on Constitution.
So he takes whatever Jasper just rolled on her Bardic Inspiration die.
3.
It's
3 thunder.
Takes 3 thunder damage.
Oh wait.
Ooh,
No, he doesn't. 'Cause
it's in silence. Johnny
He
pops.
takes no thunder. Yeah, he
And then
pops
as
really
Johnny
good.
like pops, he like looks to you and puts his hands up and like go, "Why?"
Well.
Well, all right. Silence giveth and silence taketh away.
Yeah. Well, that's my turn.
All right. The rest move. It is now the 3 nobles' turns. We're going Jasper, Aquila, and this time Rornak. Rornak with the flanking. Ooh. No, let's 18. Rornak.
18. That does hit.
What are fucking nobles? 3 points of piercing damage. Rolled a 1 on all 3 of those.
Oof.
Fucking nobles don't do it. And then Aquila is gonna take 1 from the blonde-haired woman. That's a 7. It's not gonna do. And 1 for Jasper. That's a nat 20.
Letitia.
How dare you?
Okay.
I know you, and now I know why.
That is going to be 14 points of piercing damage.
Fuck. Jesus. Alright.
Then it is Jasper's turn. Wait, no, that's Ovon's turn.
No.
My bad. I'm so excited for it. I want to see the rebuttal.
Wait, what?
Ovon's turn. Continue to hide back to the top with Freddy. That's the 3rd round of initiative. They have left the cavern.
Can I worm my way in to get flanking on Thylius?
Ooh, this one, he is at this point pretty much completely surrounded by your allies. That one's going to be hard. You could make an attack, it just wouldn't be flank. It would just be a regular one to try to sneak it between your allies. Because Jasper's got him on one side, Rornak's got him on another side.
Joe, who's a small creature?
Roll me. All right, here's how I'm going to roll this one. Freddy, you could try to sneak by Jove, and you could roll with disadvantage. If you hit, I'll count it as a crit. You don't have to crit, you just need to hit Thylius.
Interesting.
Or you could make the attack from another opportunity, but it would just be a normal, non-flanking, basic attack.
+5 to hit.
You're going to go for it? Shoot for the stars, catch the
also-
moon?
I also have the nickname RNGesus Hate Me.
That is true. These are all true things.
No, I'm just gonna. Can I reposition myself so I'm flanking on one of the nobles?
Yes, absolutely. The easiest one would be the human male. That one it would take not even 10 full feet if you did. Jot on over there and get right behind him.
And do I recognize that the other one is my relative?
Roll me insight with disadvantage, because you've never met Letitia Goss.
Okay, so that's a critical fail for 1.
You know one of them is definitely your cousin. And it's like, wait, Lapis said something about this. And you're like, fuck, what was their name? Fuck it, I don't give a shit.
So I'm gonna stab him.
Yeah, go for it. With advantage.
Hey, there's a chance you're right.
22 to hit.
22? Fuck yeah.
Alright, it's not even a bug. That's 6 piercing.
Go ahead and add that d6 off of Aquila too.
Oh shit. So +2. So 6 piercing, 2 lightning.
For 8? Oh, you drive this your rapier deep into this young man, and it nearly takes him down. You can see he almost like doubles over and clutches like his chest as your rapier comes all the way through with that Aquila speed enhancement. In and out of his body. He's bleeding heavily.
And you can't hear him, but Freddy is definitely going, yeah!
Yeah!
He doesn't have to hold back. He doesn't have to keep appearances. He can make whatever silly noises he wants to, but you can definitely tell.
Oh yeah, it's like when you watch episode 8 and you see Captain Holdo come out of the mist and it's going pew pew. You can see Freddy is like narrating and adding a Crunk-S soundtrack. And then the stab! Of course, Freddy, only you can hear this in your mind.
Right.
The rest of you just watch Freddy get up behind this kid and just almost just kill him right there.
The only reason I didn't is because he's not a bug.
It's true. Just a half an inch the other way, and you would have skewered his heart. It is now Rornak's turn.
I still want that Thylius, you know?
I want that Thylius, so I started blasting.
And I started blasting with a... that's only a 14.
Not gonna do.
Anyway, I don't aim so good.
Yeah. And then a nat 20 on the bonus attack.
Yeah, that'll do.
Oops, 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 oops.
For minimum crit damage though, so that's 10 bludgeoning.
A-
As he, like... Oh, go ahead.
No, you first.
I was gonna say, like, the way Rornak almost, like, kind of, like, goes in, like, takes, like, a big step forward from the lunge, and almost kind of, like, baits him with that, and, like, with that same motion, takes his left hand off the spear, and just goes in for just kind of, like, a big haymaker punch, just kind of leaning in with that momentum.
And it absolutely connects. Just cracks him right across the face. He is heavily bruised, bleeding, although it's completely silent. You can see large bits of blood leaving from like an eye and a nose and from his mouth. Okay. Whew. It is now. You guys can't hear anything, so that'll just happen. And then it is Jove's turn.
Yeah, Jove is. You can just tell he's looking pretty weary at this point, and he is going to actually have the spear two-handed for this, and he will kind of put the shield to the wayside, as he is definitely his shoulder still bleeding from that falling from the pit, and is just not looking so hot here. Back of his head's got a couple of welts on it, so he's going to grab the Electrum Spear with two hands here and make a mighty jab. He's going to kind of feint up and try and hook one into the belly. That's a crit fail, but luckily I am a halfling. Plus he's flanked, right? So
Indeed.
You've gotten at least one per episode. That's wild.
I know, seriously.
Without it, you would be the most unlucky character, even more than Mikey.
At least on par with me.
The dice know what character you're playing. That's all I can think of.
I have to proof myself with a halfling. I got a 25 to hit.
A 25 will hit.
That's
Just a crit to 25.
yeah.
You know.
And that is going to. I'm going to go ahead and re-roll my dice because I am the piercer. Love to see it. That is going to be for 9 piercing.
How do you want to do
Jove.
this?
Oh, yes. Okay, so as Jove kind of dropped down the shield, he takes the spear with two hands, and he starts to kind of make these feinting motions. Like, imagine, like, Captain Falcon, you hold down the A attack, and he's starting to, do the whole fucking thing. And as he's doing that, trying to find a hole in Thylius's defenses, he feints up, and just enough for Thylius to go to try and block the spear out of the way, and before he's able to make contact with it, Jove just takes a wrenching turn and just gets him straight into the center of mass, and Jove just rides that all the way down, and just if it wasn't silence, you would hear him huffing and puffing as he again hits him straight in the chest and is just on top of him at this point.
As Thylius is impaled down into the very floor of his bedroom, he says something, but you can't hear it, Jove. He makes a symbol of almost like an upside-down triangle with his hands, the thumb and the index finger making the triangle. And there is... can I have everybody make me a dexterity saving throw?
Jesus.
Are we still under the effects of the Silk Root?
You are indeed.
Nat 20 for 24.
Nice. Ooh,
I
there we
think that's
go.
my third Nat 20 of this episode. They're all just on useless things.
Nice.
It's a 17.
17.
21 for Jove, and a 20 for Aquila.
The three nobles in the room are blinded by an explosion of wind and gust from Thylius's body. As he explodes as his life leaves him, you all, no stranger to cultist dying with a burst, shield your eyes, and because it is silence, no thunder damage happens.
Very
Keep
nice.
your hand at the level
Wow.
of your eye.
Wow.
Lucky us.
Yeah, so the blinding thunder wave does not take effect on you guys. The three nobles are indeed blinded, though. While they don't take any damage, they do indeed have their fucking bells rung. Well, it's less of bells ringing, more of actual debris entering into the eye sockets. With that takes his turn. All of that stuff happens. Jasper.
Well, actually, really quick, can I use
Aquila,
for Aquila? Aquila's gonna go bite one of the whoever had stabbed her that first time.
Indeed, the blonde-haired noble.
Yeah, that fucking blondie. Are they blinded so I get advantage?
Indeed, they are blinded.
Blinded by the light.
There we go. That is an 18.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Go ahead and know that. only another 3 lightning.
Yeah, bites deep. Her body convulses, but no sound escapes.
Okay, now I relinquish my turn.
Now it is Jasper's turn.
She's gonna whip around and attempt to non-lethally attack
Letitia,
cousin. Yeah, Letitia.
go for it.
Do I have advantage because she's blind?
You do indeed.
Beautiful. Yep, that fell off the table. So that's a 14 to hit.
A 14 on Letitia. That does not hit.
God damn it.
As you strike and it bounces off of the breastplate that she's wearing. You feel it kind of reverberate back up your arm. It's then the nobles, I believe, unless you have any movement.
She's gonna try to put herself between her party and her cousin.
Absolutely, you do. The nobles will lash out blindly and attack with disadvantage. So 1 against Tequila. That's a d20. Okay, a disadvantage. That's still a 16.
16 meets.
All right. Aquila takes 5 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Against that would be Rornak with the male with disadvantage. Oh, that's a 5. And then Tisha against Jasper with disadvantage. That is a 12.
Misses.
As they swing blindly, try at the end of the turn. He's still blinded. The blonde is still blinded. Letitia saves and clears her eyes. As initiative comes to the end of a round, Ovan continues to hide. Jasper, you feel a gust of wind, and well, this is fun, but there's no sound that accompanies it. As a spear shoots into the room, and with a zephyr strike, an individual is going to throw their spear up. So this should sound familiar. He gets advantage and deals an extra 1d8 force damage on a hit. Let's roll for it. Ooh, that's 22.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And with the extra d8, that is 5 points of force damage and 6 points of piercing damage. As shooting through the window, you don't hear it as much as you feel the impact from behind. Whipping around. Give me a perception check real fast.
I would, but I'm afraid I'm unconscious.
Indeed. With that, as Jasper's body hits the floor. That's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh.
Well, a later one for us, but we need to get through quite a bit. Let us say goodnight to chat.
Good night, Chad.
Good night.
Good night, Chad.
Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday evening. Thank you so much for joining us, both new viewers and old viewers. We will see you, well, perhaps a little bit early next week. We're going to talk about it after this applies, but we will see you soon enough. So peace in the Middle East. Much love. Until then, night-night.